Right, so we are back again. I feel like we just did this, right?
Yeah,
Just
I don't
did
know how they
this.
keep hiring us. I don't.
I don't know either, but we're figuring it out. Today we are here for the Core TCG Online Regional here in May 2024. I feel like we literally just did this, and
It is a treasure cup. That's the big
oh,
difference.
I'm sorry, Treasure Cup.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
I,
yeah. It's
I
treasure
was,
cup. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. I always man, it gets
They do flip
confusing.
flop, but
Yes,
this
yes.
May is treasure cup month.
Yes,
So
yes, yes,
yeah,
yes. I always forget they do that. June is all the regionals.
yes.
Um, but here I am, Brian from Stage Zero, joined by Hayden from the Eggman,
That's me
eggmanevents.com, baby. We're
every
gonna
day.
we're gonna we're gonna actually start out with round one. It's already set and seated. How you feel about it today?
Real quick, I was looking for a Sabo,
Mm,
and I'm like, oh, cool, a Starter Deck 13 Sabo.
mm,
Incorrect. It is the red and black Sabo, which is even cooler, which is even more rare. So
yes.
that's what we got for our first one, and I think if I'm interested to see what the matchup looks like.
Sure. Yeah,
So
I am too. So let's go ahead and get over there right now and see what they look like. Yeah, I think they are already set up. Oh, I have to switch the names for a second. But like we said, it is Red Black Sabo versus Katakori. And while I change this, how do you feel about this matchup?
yeah, I haven't seen red purple or sorry red black Sabo in a minute. I don't know if he's gotten any like new tools, but he's a really unique leader. He's got like the
Wait,
multicolor curse where uh, 4 life is either more than enough or not nearly enough. Because if you're at 5 life, you could take one more hit, you're like off by 1k. But he's really good at establishing blockers that are hard to remove, such as himself, and being able to like yellow doesn't really have a fantastic way to get around blockers. We have Amaru recently, but also Reject. But Reject won't be able to get rid of anything blocker wise. And if you have like a 5 cost blocker Sabo, that's usually Katakuri's like worst nightmare to remove and get around. So if they're
mm-hmm.
able to establish a wide board of blockers and keep them on the board for a little bit, it won't really matter that Katakuri is able to drop you down to 0 life with like burn effects because you won't be able to get that last hit to win the game.
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting matchup because like anything in general, like when I was first thinking about it, I was thinking about the Star Trek 13 Sabo, right? Where all the things that he wants to do, category can kind of disrupt. But in this specific matchup, just like you were saying, all these blockers are going to be a little bit of an issue. Some of the red things that Sabo has access to also are going to be an issue, namely Rush, right? Like
Yeah.
Rush is just going to be kind of annoying in general, and I'm excited to see as we open a Whitebeard Pirates, Mr. Izo.
Yeah, and so also this is Star Deck 13 meta this week, so this is the last weekend of it before EVO 1 becomes legal next week. But yeah, it's going to be yeah, if you're playing red in EVO 1, Kidden Killer's in your deck 9 times out of 10. That card is very strong,
Yeah.
and so that's one thing that we're kind of missing out on in this one. We really like having rush cards in this deck if we have a Dawn underneath our leader because we can protect them a little easier. But yeah, it looks like double Izo getting the 4-drop Marco and the 2-drop Haruta, and just going to be passing it back to the Katakuri.
Yeah, that's super interesting that we're seeing some of this Whitebeard stuff. I'm surprised. Well, not really surprised. I guess it's more of just like, am I expecting other archetypes in this, like Straw Hat stuff, or is it just going to be some of the things like Marco and things like that, right? But
Yeah.
yeah, Parasparrow opening up easy 5k swing with a counter and going back to Sabo, who's going to be playing Haruta. Nice.
Yeah, so Haruta's really great for this leader too because we kind of want to be able to put a Dawn underneath our leader every turn to get the effect of the protection. So if and Katakuri's not great at removing these 2 costs either. So
Mhm.
yeah, we're gonna use the Haruta effect this time. That we're just putting 3 Dawn underneath our Izo. We're gonna attack in. We're gonna get a 1k out of hand.
Yeah, pretty simple. Yeah, I mean, like in general, category doesn't really have that much removal. Obviously, like reject things like that that you talked about before are a few more options. But I think what's going to happen here is maybe a Gadatsu, right? I haven't really taken a look at category specific deck lists and see if they have been updated from Starter Deck 13. I don't think there's really that many things that come out of it, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I think the only thing is like maybe the rush ace.
mhm.
Occasionally I see like a 6 drop like Newgate pop up in a yellow deck here and there, but
Yeah,
nothing too wild.
yeah, I didn't really think so. This could be a 7K swing and Kikinojo, one of the most annoying cards out of the last couple sets, has
Hmm.
come down. And yeah, I mean, this is just like almost a guaranteed life recovery because there's not really many things that Sabo can really do about it because they have to swing into it or remove it. And both of those things sound not great.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, red typically does not have any, you know, bouncing or bomb decking that can get around any on KO effects.
Mm-hmm. But a bit of a hard decision to make here. They'll be tapping two or a koala.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. So we're gonna see if we can get rid of the Paro through one of these wings, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. So we're going. Oh, interesting. They decided not to attack with the Ezo into there. I thought that would be the play for sure.
Yeah, instead of using the leader.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit more efficient doing the other way around, I think, but that's all right.
We're
Uh
gonna get a 7 cost, and then we're playing the Marco for 4. And again, let me bring it up. I'll read it for you guys. The effect for the Sabo leader, in case you don't know. Again, once I find the guy, it says opponent's turn once per turn when you have a Dawn on, which we do. If one of your characters with 5k power or more were to be KO'd, and this is by battle or by effect, you may instead give that character minus 1k power for the turn. So,
mhm.
uh, and Marco specifically is kind of like a weird one. So you can get the protection, and then it's a -1. And then
Mhm.
if you can protect it again by using its own effect if you have a Whitebeard Pirate to discard. But
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
getting the
pretty
block,
cool.
and we're seeing the Linlin.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like things like that, as well as the 5 cost Sabo is really nice. You know, obviously a little bit better against like Gecko Moria and things like that that remove category doesn't really care about it outside of being a 6K blocker. But this this 7 costs Big Mom kind of annoying.
Hmm.
I feel like I feel like I just took you down to 4. I don't feel like putting you back to 5 and being way behind. But that's
Yeah,
where we are now.
and if we had like a more proactive board, I mean, we just have a board full of weenies, right? We have yeah, and which is, I mean, we're attacking with the weenies too. So 5k with the koala
Hmm.
going in.
Yeah, weenies are doing work. Hura does that or makes that a little easier as well, having that extra dawn to be used
Hmm.
after playing something out. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, so this is a Marco coming down. Um, I would imagine that like koala was originally the idea, of course. You know, minusing what is that
Yeah.
3K and then
Hmm.
Marco, but fortunately not getting there. And gonna use this trigger effect for the Paro and pitching another 7 drop.
Yeah, 7 drop wouldn't be too bad this next turn either, because you're at a weird tempo. But yeah, I definitely think 3 bodies on board like this is pretty intimidating when you got 1 blocker and only 2 cards left in life.
Very correct. And honestly, I think you just swing face as category. I mean, getting rid of this koala is fine too, but um I think you just gotta put some pressure on. And we're at 9 Dawn, right? Not or 8 maybe?
Um,
Kinda hard to tell there.
6, 7, 8. I think we're at 9 Dawn. Yeah, we're at 9.
Okay. All right. So 7K swing, still 8 Dawn up. Got 8K swing coming as well. Probably gonna be blocked on that one. Maybe we'll be able to pitch 2 cards here as well. No, we're gonna go ahead and block.
All right, we're going to use the -1k effect on the Marco.
Okay. Another 7K swing coming down as well.
And we're probably putting a beige at the bottom of our life.
Don't put that out there. Feels bad already.
Oh, okay. We discarded Linland because we had a third copy of it. That makes sense.
Yep, and you already know we're getting the life back.
Yeah.
Just can't afford ditching one from our own. I mean, it's not impossible to win if we did do that, because we had 3 Linlands in hand. But let's
Yeah.
let's remind ourselves that. So it's very possible our category player might be not so much breaking, but has less counter than we think. So getting one out of our life into the trash isn't the worst idea. But hey, we have our 5 cost Sabo, one of the biggest choices in the red black Sabo deck, because it not only protects everything but allows you to get that leader effect on a 6K body. So
Yeah. And you're protected from any copies of like Onami that might be there right now too. But
mhm.
they have 4 bodies on board. 2 of them are Linlands. And you've got an Ezo
Yeah, man.
and a couple blockers and significantly less life at this point.
Yeah, cool. Very cool. I mean, I would just take this. See if you can get a
Oh, we're
oh, it's
hitting
to
the
the
board.
barrel. Okay.
All right, this is good at finding a tendril. Oh, finding nothing. Never mind.
That's
Okay.
really good for us. Really good for us for sure. I mean, it's possible a category already has 10 drops in hand, right? So it's a bit of an uphill battle. And honestly, if I was Sabo, if I obviously it depends on how you're drawing, but the more blockers the better for sure.
Let's see. But yeah, we hitting down. We 6K went in. Oh, Satori hitting the board though.
Yeah. Not the best.
And okay, our 4th copy of Linlin. Okay. That is clear.
Okay. We're
Yeah,
doing
yeah, just
stuff.
banning it out. Yep.
Alrighty.
All right. So we're going to 10 Dawn. We can't get around the blockers right now. It's 2 life apiece.
Hmm.
And it looks like again, like we have a good amount of tempo from Katakuri, but we got to be careful that I don't know that there's a good amount of value from Sabo to be able to start hitting in next turn too if you don't get any answers on the board. But starting with
Uh
a simple 5.
yeah. I mean, that's a free block if you really wanted to, but that also is not allowing you to use it for these other swings. But I mean, you still have Marco. You can still protect itself and come back as well. 2 cards out of hand, not the greatest.
Yeah, 2 more Marcos. All right, here comes the 10 drop.
Yeah, it's like all that defense went to the trash. I think you probably take this.
Oh, if you do,
Yeah.
you lose though, right? Unless you
No.
can get out one of these 8s.
Wait. Yes, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I forgot the.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
We
we're
got
good.
Rad Beam. We got Rad Beam. Okay, and then and
Cool.
you wherever you go, Marco can block, and then
It'll save itself.
you can if you have the
Yeah, he has the Dawn
oh
under.
yeah, because we did the free block for Sabo. Yes, yes, yes.
Correct. So this might be pretty good. A pretty good chance to win as long as our category player has all bricks.
There's 6 cards in hand, not outrageous for yellow. The biggest thing I would be concerned about is that early in the game we use their leader effect to put a card to the bottom. So,
Yeah.
but with 3 in hand in this board, you kind of have to go for it, right?
Yeah. I believe that's the second card too. It's not the last one because I think the last one was recovered in place from our deck. So 3 cards in hand. One of them could be a Rush, could be a Luffy, could be a Zoro, right? So um, there's a chance. Just a lot of cards in hand. That's pretty intimidating.
Yeah. But again, they're yellow, right? And
Yes,
they've still been every time they could discard a card, it's been a brick so far,
that's true. A
meaning
lot, a lot of our
they
bricks
could
are
do a lot more.
already in the trash in our field. We have the 7 drops, we have the 10 drop, we got the Okiko Nojo. Reducing the variance of that, but I don't know. See, we'll see.
All right, but if we were to look at numbers, so we need to do 4 damage. We have our leader, we have a 5K Marco, and then a 6K Marco and a 6K Sabo. So um, total that's what 22 plus 10.
Mm-hmm.
So 32. So you can do like 7. I think it's like 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that.
I don't think that's gonna be enough, fortunately.
No,
I think you
no.
start with the sevens and see what he does. Just 7-7, and then just reevaluate from there. Let's get it. Yeah, like swing with the Marco, swing with the leader. Understand where his hand is, and then I mean, if you have blockers, that's probably the best bet. Maybe swing with Haruta afterwards. It's really hard to say.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree though. This 7K mark is a good start just to see what their hand's looking like. If they
Yeah,
2K 1K, I'm already terrified. But
true. Not only that, it's just that like we don't have very many options anyway, right?
oh boy, um,
You don't you
the
don't like
asking
that.
of does anything have protection? It could be like
Oh,
okay. Oh sure. Yeah. Why not?
all right. That's one less thing that they can swing into. I think that's
Yeah.
probably what the idea is. You'd rather have a 6K than a 5K on board.
Then okay, an 8.
Right?
I don't think we've seen. I mean, we see the Satori, but I don't think we've seen like a 2K. I think you know what. My guess is we're baiting, and we know that this bottom card's like a Mario or something. We're gonna get out of the 5 though with a 1K.
Okay.
6 or sorry 7 Dawn left, and we have our leader attack, and then we have our Haruta as our I guess next attack after that.
I'm trying to do the math here.
All right. 2K 1K. All right.
Mhm.
5 Dawn left, looking pretty dire now.
I mean, we can't even use our Haruta effect. That's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you have a Zoro, I might do it. Because you pay 3, you put one under Izo, you have 2 5K swings at least.
Yeah, because right now you have 2 5Ks. I've seen some people run like the that film event, like that film One Piece or the film Straw Hat event, the 2 cost. I think
That
it's like
pops to 6K or there's a Zoro.
no. Oh, there's a Zoro. And let me double check the name of it. It's like Diable Viason.
I can look it up.
Yeah, Racia.
Oh, I lose.
It gives a boost, and if your opponent has a 7K out, it gets a little bit more of a boost.
Oh, that's a
It
green
is
card.
no. Sorry, the Gum Gum King Kong Gatling is what I'm thinking about. Yeah, so give up to one of your leaders plus 3K power or characters, and then if something has 7K or more on your opponent's board, you get another 1K. So,
Gotcha. I think.
but yeah, not quite enough. Not quite enough for there, Zoro.
Correct.
Again, countered out, and Katakuri takes that one.
Unfortunate. I mean, that's okay. We saw a little bit of a showcase of Red Black Sabo, but unfortunately, lots of triggers, a lot of stuff to deal with, and not enough blockers to protect ourselves to kind of do
No.
our thing. So, bit of a bummer, but hey, we can try to find another one. What about that?
Yeah, let me go check some tables. I'll start at table 1 for you, but um
All right, let me mute us for a second. We'll find that out. All right, we are back. So let me go and update some of these names. But we do have Gecko Moria versus.
Red Yellow Sabo.
There you go. So let me go and update these names. This is originally what we're gonna take a look at, right?
This is the leader I was looking for, yes. But we stumbled into the other one, which is not terrible. I'm happy to see some more unique decks and builds around. And I would honestly say, we were looking at this match before, as in like a deck to go to. I'm like, I don't know, the Mori match, it can be so rough for Sabo sometimes, but currently, I think Sabo's in a really good spot.
Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, life wise for sure, and we're not staring down at 8 cost Gecko Moria. That's an upside too, right?
That's always an upside.
So Pretty good. Pretty good, I would say. In general, like I think what the thing is about Salvo, and I've said this before, just in general, where like I feel that people have to understand what the deck does, or else it's not so much gonna run away, but it's definitely gonna surprise you in a way that it can utilize cards, right? Like being able to combo things and being able to use rush cards, being able to put stuff like the thing that we see in the trigger, which I believe that is the 3 cost trigger card from the Revolution Army stuff, which I always forget the names of them, but it's pretty cool. Let me actually go take a look at what that is. The glare is hard to see, but I'm pretty sure it's a revolutionary card or a Revolution Army card.
Yeah. So we can play this if we're a multicolor leader off trigger by discarding 1. The name is escaping me at the moment too, but
Lindbergh.
Lindbergh, yeah. And then if we're a 7K, we're able to get rid of a 3K on attack.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. I like it because obviously it goes with koala, but I mean there's a bunch of other stuff that you can do, and the thing about Sabo is that like this is just what you do. Like you're always trying to recover your life. You're always trying to put more bodies on board, and it's just super annoying for your opponent, which is really good because you want to do that. What's also annoying is an 8 cost Gekamoria playing a bunch of stuff and getting your
Yeah,
things.
clearing your board, yeah. So
So
um
they don't swing here. I think that you just pass.
yeah, you can't really afford to, because then that gives them 2 attackers and you have no blockers out. So
Yeah.
um if you have another rush card, I think you're in a really good spot.
Yeah. I mean, there's a number of them. Ace is not live right now, but Zoro and a couple other ones are, like whatever. It's like whatever for sure.
Yeah, so we're going to be playing our Revolutionary Army Searcher, look top 5.
Cool that we have the altar. I don't expect those to be very expensive, so everyone should pick
Uh,
those up.
a little uncool that I didn't find anything, though. That's a little rough.
Maybe it's the curse of the altar.
Maybe that's why they're so cheap right
Oh,
now.
everyone who sold them is like, here, these are tainted. I think we're what is this? Oh, I don't know why I thought that was a Sabo, but that's the alt art leader artwork. And it's just in an awkward spot.
Yeah.
Very awkward spot. We're gonna swing 8. Swing 8 actually. I wonder what we're trying to do here.
Probably hitting down to 1, and then
Probably pay 3 for Zoro, put everything on it. Oh, okay.
4 for Lindbergh, and then we'll probably just put 2 on it and then put it into our life just to help us not lose next turn.
Correct. And this is also 2 bodies for life. I mean, that's still quite a bit to get through.
Mm-hmm.
We have 2 cards in hand. Could be better. Because those both Lindberghs require discarding. So
They do, yes.
I mean those 2 cards are just not going to see play or defense. So like for Gecko, unless we're playing some big brain stuff at Sabo, the math should math out, right?
Yeah, 2 cards in hand, we want 5 attacks. I mean, if we're able to get rid of this, I don't know, I'd probably start with just like a little 5K poke.
Oh yeah.
And then if they like, there's like, do we like do like some mid pokes where we are able to pop their card that they play out and establish a blocker?
Personally, I'm just swinging 5s. So
Mhm.
just make them decide if you want these bodies or do you want to protect yourself so that way you don't. Because like if they pitch 1, that means the other Lindbergh is not coming out, right?
Yeah.
So like the other Lindbergh is just gonna be a 1K combo or counter. So like it's just one of those things of make your opponent decide for yourself and also make it easy on yourself. So just start with those 5s.
Yeah. And there's the 5, because at the same time, right? If the Lindberghs you could play for free, it'd be fantastic, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
Kiko Nojo, like the kind of thing. But you have to discard a card. So you, I mean, if you got a card in hand that doesn't have counter, you're fine. But at the same time, like Lindbergh's a 1K, then you have to give it that as well as the card in hand. So you're giving up like 2K probably worth of counter to play it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just taking it to hand.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing where now we have 3 cards in hand, which is fine. Now we have
Mm-hmm.
a few decisions to make as far as defense goes, um, and as well as if you want to do the Lindbergh or not. I think a 7K swing is in what we call it is appropriate here.
Yeah, whether it's 6 or 7, yeah, it depends on just how much Dawn you can afford to use this turn. But I think, yeah, Lucci's probably the next thing you attack with.
Or the most efficient. You're only using 1 Dawn here. You have a 9K swing, so like if they play it, then that's 1 less card. Depending on what they pitch, you already know the knowledge of it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
the Lindbergh is 1K. If they pitch a non 1K, like a brick card or something like that, like a Zoro or something like that, then you already know what the other 2 cards are. The maximum of 3K counter power. So then you just swing with the 9 costs. They take that one, and then you just go on from there. It's I always come back to it of like, where I talk about Sakazuki players and like tunnel visioning.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of the same thing for every other leader of like, okay, I want to play this 8 cost, I want to play these 4 costs. I'm like, no, just go back to your One Piece fundamentals, man. Like these things are just, you just have to sit there and just kind of think about.
Yeah, and they sure are thinking about it. I mean, I get it. This is potentially your last turn in the game, right? So you
Yeah.
need to be able to figure it out and see if we can get you have either 2 choices. Just go for it this turn, which is not too outrageous because again, you've got some big bodies and Sabo
Mm-hmm.
isn't necessarily, a lot of defenses.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
The
there is a world where like beige can kind of disrupt things like that too. So,
hmm
you know,
And I wouldn't be surprised if we play a card like a Maru or something like that either.
yeah.
But traditionally, Sabo, in my experience at least, Sabo doesn't. Its defenses. It's just having more life than attacks that you can produce,
Mm-hmm.
and we're pretty close to that. So
Yeah.
any defense outside of that's pretty tricky.
Yeah. I mean, you can make the decision here because like we pitched a 2K. We have 2 more cards in hand. One of them is a Lindbergh, right?
hmm
So at the most they can do 3K. So if you swing 7 with your leader, pop the 1 cost Betty, you're gonna make them decide if it's worth playing at the Lindbergh from there, or
Yeah,
just taking it, which more likely than not they're just gonna take it. Plus, then you have 2 more life, which you have 3 more attacks. I think here is kind of the difficult decision point. So personally, the most, let's see, I think you just pitch 1.
yeah. So the big decision. So here's like the back and forth, right? Um, if you play the Lindbergh, you can set up a win next turn, but it could get you out of resources to defend and not lose this turn, right?
Correct.
But at the same time, there might be a scenario if you don't play the Lindbergh, there's just no way you win next turn if they establish enough. So I think our Mario players doing a really good job at like minimizing Dawn usage first.
Mm-hmm.
So you keep your options open. We just did put 2 Dawn in brand new, but that still means we can play either an 8-drop Moria. That also means that we can use our leader effect to play something impactful too. But looks like we're going to do that. We're going to discard a very shiny card.
Oh,
And
I mean, it's a foil, so maybe it is like a Zoro or something like that. I don't know.
yeah, I'm going to guess it's a Zora. It's a non-counter card.
Yeah,
Um,
that's
and so,
that's really good for us as Gecko, right? Like, cause we literally can take game here if we know that Lindbergh is the last card in hand. So we just go 6, 6, 7, or 8, and then put the rest on Gecko, and you should be all right, right?
yeah, we have 8 Dawn. We have a 2K, a 5K, and a 9K. So, but yeah, it looks like we're going 8 here. It's going
Uh,
to be 8, 8, 9.
too much, I think. Too much. 8, 8, 9.
Yeah, because you could have done
Yeah,
7, right? You could have
yeah,
done
yeah. But that's
7, 9,
okay.
9.
This kind of gets there too. So this needs to be two 2Ks in Lindbergh, which is not it.
Yeah.
As a
And it
1K 2 and a
Yeah, and I think they're just saying too that, man, if Betty didn't whiff, if I had one more card, even if just a
yeah,
1K, I'd be in a
literally,
way better position.
literally. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. Well, that's cool. Bit of a sweat for sure at the end
for
there.
sure.
And Sabo really making making Gakamoria work for it, huh?
Hmm.
But cool. All right. Well, with 6 minutes left in the round, that's pretty much
We can.
it.
I'll afford us a break. I'll afford us a break.
Okay. I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm here for
I
you.
don't like jumping into matches with just because they're tense. I don't want to give them the distractions or
Early. All right.
reasons why more reasons to go into time. So
I'll go back to.
okay, all right,
I'll
appreciate
go
it,
back.
appreciate it.
Wait. Okay, now.
All right, we are here at table 48. It's going to be Yamato versus Black Yellow Luffy. They started a little early, but that's fine by us. And this match might be a little quick, anyways. But it is the new Luffy, which I haven't played a lot of this matchup. It's kind of wonky because Luffy's kind of okay with taking these double hits, but Yamato also gets a lot of advantage for you being at 3 or less life. So it's kind of interesting. We're just doing a simple 5 at Luffy, and we're gonna see if they're going to take it or not.
Uh, yeah, which I mean, probably. I mean, there's no.
It's tempting.
I mean, as Luffy, I feel like you're just gonna be able to just take life as much as possible, right? Like you kind of want to get
Mhm.
down to 0, or at least close to 0. And it's just gonna be easier for to use your life, or not your life, but your leader effect for your life.
Yeah.
Um, and Yamato makes that a lot easier for you.
Let's see. We have five of the Dawn for Luffy right now. Yeah, so we did get out of it. So if we can get rid of this Kiko Nojo, it'd be great. But most of our removal is based off taking cards from our own life. So we could do like 5 cost Sabo, get rid of the Kiko Nojo, but then we'd put you down to 3 life, so we get rid of it. So I guess we're just going 5 with the Garp real quick, and maybe 7 with the Luffy.
Um, yes, probably. I mean, there's no downside to doing this, outside of like some of the triggers that we might see, and it could be like another Kiko or something like that, which would be really annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good thing it's not.
Yeah, so we got out 7K, went down to 2, and then we're passing it back. So 6 cards in Luffy's hand. Only issue is that if they have another Onami in hand, then we could do some pretty good damage. But instead, just doing another flat 5.
Mm,
Honestly, I'm pretty surprised they didn't keep the Onami in hand and then just do a big what 9K, 11K attack double banish.
yeah. Um, I don't know. I feel like, excuse me, the your hand size does come from your life as Luffy, so I guess that would be pretty beneficial. Um,
Yeah.
and honestly, like all these attacks coming out, as far as now the doggo and Ohm, might be a little bit of an issue when it comes down to protecting ourselves as Luffy, because now we want to be in the position that we are at 0 life and or using our leader effect, and then being a 7K or 9K leader, which would be really good against these smaller attacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're also deciding to just leave them at 2. We could have put, I believe, 4 Dawn underneath our Kiko Nojo to make it a 10K, putting him down to 1. But I think not attacking is the right play. We can put him down to 0 pretty easy with a Yamato swing.
Hmm.
And yeah, Luffy would have been really happy probably be down to 1 so they can start using their leader effect.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine to do this for the most part. I like putting Luffy players to 1,
Mm-hmm.
because it just basically says like you have to at least use, at least in this format, 2 Dawn to take your life, basically. But I mean, putting at 2 is probably just as good because you have a lot of attacks and, you know, they're going to have to work for this. And for those who are or need a reminder, been out for a minute now, but Starter Deck Luffy basically says you can go to 0. You activate main with 2 Dawn underneath. You can trash 1 card from your hand. You have 0 life. You add up to 2 character cards with the 5 cost of 5 from your hand or trash, and place it face up in your life. And your face up life cards are sent to the bottom of the deck instead of to your hand. And basically, this combos with all the 2 cost little brothers, and you can play it and boost your leader and survive your 0 cost or your 0 life situations.
Yeah, so you kind of get some good spots where one, just knowing what cards are in your life is great for your 2 cost to your 5 cost. It means that even though you're at 0 life, you become a 9k leader with usually a block or Saba. And we also have a lot of pressure too because we have this 5 drop 7k ace that we're able to use rush, and we're gonna use you're the one who should disappear with the Hody Jones, get out of that, and pass it back to Yamato.
And it's pretty cool. Got the alt art there. Our 7 cost or 7 cost. You got me doing it. 7k ace is going to be a little hard to get around, being such a naturally beefy guy. And yeah, I mean it's going to be pretty cool. To also get to the point where we can kind of play these from our life and get our boost. But 5k swing's not going to do it. We're probably going to be taking these other swings though, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, I don't really think we have a way out from this damage. Also, like, not for nothing, recheck could just win you the game right now too.
That's true. That is true. Because our life is obviously at 3 or less. We can give our Kikunojo our rifle boost. These are 2 6k swings because of Ohm's effect, and plenty of Dawn to utilize as well. So yeah, I mean this is it. I mean, but these 2 5k swings are probably not going to do it.
Yeah, I think you gotta put a little bit more something on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, we have 8 Dawn, so maybe we're gonna play the kid. Okay, yeah, we are gonna play the kid.
I don't know if I don't know if I agree with that specifically, but that's fine.
I think this is fine because um Luffy's not going to be, since you left them at 2 life still, they're not gonna have a lot of tools to get out of it, right?
Yeah,
And you're kind of whittling their resources a little bit.
I think we could have swung with the Kikunojo and be fine. I don't know. That's like a free swing, to be honest. Um, yeah, I think it's fine. We're gonna be taking a look at what Luffy wants to do. I think we're at 9 Dawn. If I'm doing the count right. A bunch of cards in hand. So we got options. Are they good options? I don't know.
Yeah, because like we don't like the trade off for Luffy is that we typically just have like big numbers, right? So Eustace Kid is tangentially also a really big number on the other side. It's the same as pretty much setting your leader to 8k. Same thing. So
Mm-hmm.
that's pretty strong for you there. And I mean, you could just luckily put just a bunch of Dawn on like Sabo, and maybe like attack into the kid, and maybe even the holy. But again, like I don't think there's going to be a good way where you are able to uh, use your leader effect this turn. And if you do, it's because you left the 8 drop there, and that's pretty terrible too.
I think you just swing everything to the A drop. Cause like it's just like whatever at this point. You have no other answers.
Hmm.
You got nothing else. I mean, you can, put some life or put some stuff into your life if you have the right combos for it. You can Sabo as well, but I mean, not really gonna do too much.
Hmm.
I think you just put a bunch under your leader or ace and go for it. If you have a I always forget her name. What's the 2 cost?
The Machino.
No, the other one. I think let me pull it up.
Oh, the Hiyori.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, if you have that, you can kind of do some plays, boost up your leader, you know, get your ace to 10. But it looks like we're doing a 12k swing. It looks like, which is pretty hefty, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, but we are getting out of it.
Yeah. I mean, that was probably the original plan anyway. We have a pretty decent sized hand as Yamato, and I highly doubt we would play Kid without some defense, right? Unless we're just like
Yeah.
we're just saying like, okay, this is just one swing that you have to get through.
Yeah. So and this is the I don't know what it is. 8-drop kid just seems to be popping up more lately, and he's just been kind of like as obnoxious as he has been.
Mm-hmm.
Like most of like the second half of last year when red was really popular, they had a lot of ways to get rid of it by just reducing the power, so like it wasn't even a big threat. And obviously things like Sakazuki can still spend the Dawn and get rid of it at times. But man, when it sets up, you are upset because now it's surviving another turn. Now it's a 8k 9k attack. uh it's very scary to have that card survive a turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I always feel like it's a little scary to play it in general in a sea of black and
Mm-hmm.
blue, right? So, um, I don't know. I know it's probably pretty situational. Like anything that's not black is gonna be this is gonna be played against it, or other way around, really. But
Yeah, but right now we're going just a simple 9 double into life, and if they don't take this, then you just clear their board of their ace, and then you just wait another turn and try again.
and that's the downside about Luffy in general right now, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
it needs the support from EVO1 and even LPO7. EVO1 definitely allows him to not get starved out like this, a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
And just like honestly, this just feels bad as a Luffy player. You really just want to be at 0 most of the time. And this is where I'm like sometimes like especially against Yamato, just swing face until they swing at you. You know, that's why I was like, just get down to 0 as soon as possible. You're basically getting 4 cards to counter out with, and you know the rest is just up to you to start using a leader effect. But we're not even getting to that point, which is the real issue.
Well, we're still thinking about this 9k double. I don't know, at this point I'd be like, man, this is such an uphill for me as Black Yellow Luffy. They've got I'm not going to have a great way to get rid of that useless kid next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I do my combo, even if I survive this next turn, it's very tough. So yeah, so we're doing 2k 2k 1k with the Sabo. So we don't take the double attack, and then yeah, I think right now we just bully the ace, make sure that gets removed. Maybe do one bit of damage if we're feeling it, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's Yamato is gaining control, and this is why I like these kind of new quote unquote hybrid builds I've been seeing with 8-drop kid being a big part of it.
Yeah.
All right, so 7k again. I'm gonna guess this is going to ace. Oh no, going to life. Okay. I mean, we could still just win this turn too. I don't think that's out
Mm-hmm.
of the ballpark.
I don't know. It's getting a little dicey at this point. We have the cards to defend ourselves. And honestly, you know, the Makino in hand, the Horori in hand, you know, these are cards that we could have used early on. So I'm super surprised that we just didn't. Because the whole point of the leader is to, like I said, get down to 7 or get down to 0 and then
Yeah,
start
because
doing it.
I think we could have. All right.
Oh,
Yeah. So
Maru
this is
and
essentially
leader effects.
yeah plus 5k.
That's
Yeah,
tough.
which we'll not get.
Yeah.
We will not be able to get out of that either. So
Well, played by
uh,
Jacob, at
yeah.
least, Yamato doing the Yamato thing and 8-drop kid being super annoying. And
Mm-hmm.
just Luffy just wasn't able to get it going.
Yeah. And I think it's just like just the awareness from yeah, our Yamato player that yeah, Luffy, we want to keep them at this weird pressure, and I think Yamato was good at doing that too, where we kept them at 2, but at any point they could go down to 0 very quickly, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's go find another one,
Sure.
and yeah, we'll be right back. That's crazy how this stuff works. It's round 3. How you doing,
Yeah,
Hayden?
and I not to rush. I think they've already started, so we can
Oh,
maybe just
okay.
jump right over
All
there.
right. Goodbye. Or hello again.
Hello again.
Hi, everyone. We're round 3, and we have Perona versus Starter Deck 13. We just saw a Starter Deck 13, Luffy, that is.
Hmm.
What'd you think about this?
So we yeah, again we were tracking the 2 Piranha players that ended up playing each other. And you know what, Star Deck 13, Luffy's a newer deck, and I don't know if we saw enough of it last game for sure. It really never did its thing, right? It just kind of got hit by Yamato and wasn't able to set up. So I
Yeah.
think this matchup has a better chance to do so. And so we start off with Perona using brand new and unfortunately whiffing, but we do put a Ryuma 4-drop into our in our life, which is really good. Um, and we're just I don't know, both decks want to go second, and when they don't go second, they have a real rough go with it.
Yeah, they just kind of do this.
Hmm.
That's fine. You know, sometimes for me as a Starter Deck Luffy, it's just like the first few turns is just like finding what I need, drawing, and then taking the life whenever.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was saying about last time. I was just like, just take the life, it's fine. Like you're gonna have a pretty fat hand, and anything against that's not blue, where blue can, and I guess purple can rip your hand through putting in other cards. Um, like just take the hits, and
Yeah.
a very astute player would probably know this about Luffy and just not attack. So that's probably what's happening here.
Yeah, that looks like the case. And also, so Luffy's matchup kind of depends on can my opponent answer 5-cost Sabas? That's kind of one of the key points for it. So
Mm-hmm.
Perona says yes sometimes. If we have like a great eruption, we get a reduction on the cost of that ace, or sorry, that Sabo, then we're able to use our leader effect to get a free rest on it. So
Mm-hmm.
that can be very great. But we do have our 5-cost Luffy from the star deck that will let us take cards from our life, going down to 3 copies and get some card draw as a 2-cost Sabo there. And man, they've got a really blinged out version of this deck so far from what we've seen.
I love the alt arts.
Hmm.
I probably don't want to buy them because you know it just adds up quick. But
Yes.
these style of alt arts are some of my favorite, and I think it's like a one kind of thing run, right? Like I think we're only doing this for this star deck and another star deck. I think.
Yes. And um I will say inherently I love them as a player. I hate them as a commentator because it is
Yeah,
it
they
is a little bit
all.
tricky at times, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Yeah, I usually kind of have to remember the stylization and color of some of the ones. Like, for instance, the one that's in the trash right now, I do believe that's a Luffy, the
Yeah,
five
so
cost
that was the
Luffy.
Luffy that was on board. We were able to use Suru to make it cost 3, use our leader effect to rest it, and then we played an X Drake, which was able to get rid of a 4-cost or less rested card. So even though it was an 8K, even though we just played it that turn, we were able to get rid of it. And now we're still just stuck at like 3 life as Luffy, which is still pretty stinky.
Yeah, it's fine, kind of. Now the issue here is that like when you get going against green specifically as Luffy, it is the same thing that we've seen for, and this is good too.
Yeah.
We get to pop the uh the X Drake here with the Sabo.
Hmm.
Um, the thing about it is that like as Uta and Perona as a green deck, they both kind of generate value over time. And the worst part is the 8 cost kid, which there you go. It's
There it
exactly what I was
is.
thinking. And
Yeah.
this is exactly what you need to do where you're building up a hand and you're playing the 8 cost kid and literally just Luffy is just not going to do anything about it.
Now I will say most builds that I see at Perona, they rather do the 10-drop Dofi package instead of the 8-drop kid, and then use Gecko more, you get value. Those are the ones I've been seeing. But man, for for Luffy again somehow in another round to stare down this useless kid and be like, I have no way to clear that
Mm-hmm.
is very, very rough.
I mean, swing at it.
Yeah, yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, the Rosinante is gonna make it a little hard, not only for
Hmm.
removal effects, but also obviously we're just gonna block. And got the Sabo out, which is a little better.
And that
Doesn't
is
say
a
much.
manga Sabo. This is looking like a max rarity version of this deck so far.
Yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good. Gonna be able to get rid of a couple things, set up our turn for the time that we're gonna be able to use our leader effect. And as we can see from our trash too, we're also separating the things that we can use. So obviously trying to prepare for that, but I don't know how far we're gonna get.
Yeah, and I think those are two cost aces. I can never be sure, but I'm fair. And one might be a Luffy. It's a little bit tricky with that art at times. The 5 drops are easy. The 2 drops, those are the ones I have an issue with.
Oh, that's a 2-drop ace.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
from what I can see, because I think they have like certain poses, so
Mm-hmm.
you just kind of have to remember the poses.
Yeah,
Which
kind
I
of.
just I'm
Sabo's pretty good, but
fine.
Ace and Luffy, I think, are the ones that they both have a. Like, you can just look for the hat for Sabo. Sabo's
Yeah.
unique enough, but Ace and Luffy are the ones that blend together for me.
Now that you mentioned that, might be Luffy. Uh-oh.
I'm sure Chad is correcting us as we speak,
I'm not gonna
but
look. It's not. It doesn't exist if I don't look.
if I don't know I'm wrong, I'm right.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, and there's the more. Oh man,
It's getting worse and worse.
this is getting worse and worse. And we're playing. Yeah, luckily we don't have like a 4 cost Sabo out, or like a Borsellino in trash, because we'd be able to. Rosinante can block for kid rested. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. What the? We have Isho. One of my favorite cards ever, but just not played. Just simply
Yeah,
just
because
not
we got it
played.
off brand new. But yeah, setting up kid turn 1 and then turn 2 Moria, get another blocker and more cards in hand. And we're still at 2 life as Luffy.
Not looking the
Rough.
greatest. Not looking the greatest. No, not looking great. Um, wish I could say something more positive, but I just don't have it.
Yeah, you're the pessimistic one. I'm the optimist streamer, right? That's
Yeah,
the dynamic.
what's the optimistic do here? Tell me.
We have 6 or 7 more rounds. That's the.
Ow.
Yeah.
Ow.
No, I don't think they're out of it, but this is looking. Again, I do not normally see Peronas play Eustace Kid, so I would not be expecting it here. And yeah, you know what? Gecko Moria looks like a good card. We're gonna play it ourselves.
Oh, cool. Okay, so that's 2 costs. What is that? Oh,
So we are
Hirori.
using the Hiyori. Actually, I kind of like this. So Hiyori is going to be able to put, I'm going to guess, a 5 cost Sabo into our life, and then we're going to use the effect to play out
5 cost
a
Sabo.
5 cost Sabo, get a plus 2k. So we can do a big 9k with our leader into their Eustace Kid, and then we have 2 blockers out too, which is quite nice.
Yeah, pretty cool. I always forget that this is the play that you want to do. Obviously, it's a little easier um in different situations, but I mean, this is still good. We're gonna be able to protect, which you don't really. I mean, I don't think there's like too many things in Perona that we're gonna be worried about to remove the things that we have on field already. But it's gonna be we're gonna be in a better place now because we're at 1 life. We're happy to take that, and now the other 2 blockers being Sabo are easily to be able to protect us.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd still say Perona's in the better spot, but
Yeah.
this being able to play the Moria and set up this turn, I think is pretty strong for the Luffy.
Yeah, 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 definitely. All right, 1 life to 1 life. Kid still being a nuisance. 2 9k swings when you really think about it, because obviously one of the non is going to be used for that. Yep. Might play another gecko. I don't know, but we're probably gonna be playing. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
Isho.
Isho! Wow, we're playing
Cards in hand.
cards in hand. If let's see, does it cost 8? And is it green or black? Yeah, I'll probably run that card.
Yeah, pretty wild. We saw him get it off the brand new.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's actually getting some play. And again, it's one of my favorite cards. Just isn't played very much.
And we sniped out a gecko, which is probably one of the better hits, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was gonna say if you have it, you can just defend yourself here, but blocking here and then being able to play another Sabo from the trash with your leader effect might be pretty good too. Because I think
Yeah.
that might be what you kind of want to do anyway. Like just recycle through your hand, get the boost, and then swing with Gecko and your leader, and that's
Yeah.
pretty much all you can really do, I think.
It really just kind of comes down to which 2 drops you have. And
Mm-hmm.
I think our best 5 drops to play would be putting a Sabo and Ace in there, be able to buff our leader up to 9k. We'd have at least 2 9k attacks out, probably 11k with the Luffy effect. Swing with Moria as well, and then even Ace can pressure some damage as well. And then we'd have 2 blockers up. We'd be a 9k leader, and again, we got a pretty thick hand for Luffy too.
Yeah, for sure.
It looks like they're just looking through the options. And again, like that, the Moria can definitely would have been able to help you determine that play.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all right. So we're discarding a new gate from our hand. We're gonna put a Luffy and a Sabo. So unfortunately, it does not look like we have the
Ace.
Ace set up. So
You have
yeah,
another
okay, we have a third
Gecko.
copy. We're getting rid of the Hiyori beforehand.
Yep.
But then yeah, we're gonna be able to use that, get a plus 2k.
Yep.
Use this, get a plus 2k.
Yep.
Play
This
the
is
Sabo.
exactly what you want to do as Luffy. This is pretty much the ideal turn outside of having an ace out there, right? So
Yeah.
pretty good to see. And this Luffy doesn't really do anything for you, but it is basically what, an 8k swing next turn. That's for free.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, not too bad. Like, because we're now swinging for 11. This is obviously gonna be a block. We're gonna swing 9. Was gonna be an easy 2k for our Perona as well.
Oh, did we just not attack with Gecko?
Guess not.
I don't know why we wouldn't.
Yeah.
Maybe we forgot that we could. It just at least get a 2k out of the hand, but interesting.
Yeah, I would probably swing with it.
Yeah.
I mean,
So again, maybe misplay, maybe just not remembering that was available to him.
yeah.
Oh, you know what? This is the big thing though. With this Isho out, oh, we could have rested the Sabo though.
Wait.
Interesting, because
Oh,
Isho has
because oh yeah, Isso's
yeah.
ability. Right.
I think I would have just rested one of the Sabos and start swinging.
Uh, yeah, I'd probably say the same. I would probably say the same. I don't know. 9 is a lot, right? Even with effectively three 9Ks on board. This
Yeah, you're not really you've got them enough power to try to attack over it. I think it's not too outrageous, but we're going for board instead. We're gonna get rid of the 8 cost Luffy. We're gonna go 9 to lead.
is a 10 or a 1K for us, which is fine. I don't know. I think we're trying to play another kid
I maybe another Moria.
or another Moria. I don't know. There.
All right. Well, they're facing this 9k right now.
I think I mean, unless again swing with a kid or something, or playing another kid or another Gecko. Like, what is the Gecko gonna do for you? Because I feel like we could have just went for game here.
Sorry, I just got distracted by the third manga Sabo real quick. Were you saying something impactful?
Oh, yeah, you have a point, huh?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Gecko number 3, or yeah, number 2. I guess number 4 between both players. Playing another blocker.
Yep.
It's getting trickier and trickier.
Hmm. Kind of indicates that we're not going to do another Gecko play.
Yeah, at this point, right? Yeah. So we're just doing good numbers. So 10. 2K, 1K.
Another 10. And as we see the Dawn separated, we have 2, 4, and 2. This, oh, okay, we're. Hey, never mind on that. Yeah, you put 2 underneath your leader for sure. You use the leader ability. If you have some little brothers, this is the time to play them. You boost your leader up and you swing again into the kid, and hopefully they don't have enough. And then you block her up with Sabo, probably.
Yeah, so we're
Or
gonna
2
put.
Sabos.
Yeah, all right. So place a manga Sabas. Just confirming. Thank you.
Yes.
In case you were
Correct.
curious.
Uh-huh. The Sabo effect. Little brother Sabo effect, that is.
Again, though, with this Isho on board, though, we get a free rest on one of these Sabas, though, so they're not as good as they could be.
Yeah, that is a downside. But, I mean, based on the last swing, yeah, I don't know. For the last turn, really.
Yeah, I agree that there's the potential upsides are becoming smaller and smaller. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, you could probably play another one if you have it. Like, why not? What are you gonna do with the Dawn otherwise? Play Borsalino, maybe? But that
Yeah,
doesn't really
but
do anything against this deck.
no, I mean you really want to make sure you get rid of this ace or this useless kid, right? Which
Yeah.
we have a lot of potential to do now.
If you just swing with everything here and you don't have, yeah, you're good. You're just not gonna see that Sabo, obviously. So it's easier for our Prona player to do the math for.
Mm-hmm.
You know you're not saving this. Come on now. You know you're not. Unless you have your hand is stacked and you have 0 cost event cards. Yeah, I don't think you were gonna save that.
Yeah, so we're only a 7K leader, which is normally really good, but there are 3 9Ks over there, and you're gonna have 1 less blocker in 2 seconds.
Correct.
Yeah, there it goes. All right. Just deciding, I guess, on numbers from here again. It's a little bit tough. Yeah, double 2K to get out. I don't know. I think we're still. I think Perona has this one.
Yeah, I think so too. Not a crazy thing to say.
Yeah, 2 in hand, 1 in life, 1 blocker up. Yeah, if you 3 9Ks, I think just wins the game outright. Like these 2 Moria swings and everything on Perona. Like there's obviously better numbers than that too, but I guess we could have made it a little bit bigger. No. All right. Yeah, there goes 1.
We're still 7K later. Right?
Yeah, we're 7K leader. So this is 11, and then that means the next swing is going to be 13. So which we can't get out of, and then everything on Perona, and I think that will be it. Yeah, Perona ends up getting it.
Brona just inched in because without her leader effect, I mean, and against any other deck, that's crap, right? Like
Yeah.
that extra Sabo will do the trick. Yeah, okay. Perona takes it down. Isho also doing the heavy lifting against the Sabos as well. So pretty cool to see that.
Yeah, that ended up being very strong, and Piranha just getting like the free. It's kind of how I mentioned at the beginning. If you have a way to interact with the Sabo blockers, the matchup becomes a lot easier.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. All right, let's go find another one. What about that?
Yeah, let's check that. I'm gonna start at table 1 and go down.
Okay, I'll mute us for a second. All right, we're here, and at least kind of here, because
Yes.
the round has already started. A big break there into round 4. And what do we have for us?
So I know a lot of people in chat were asking for Chandler on Nami. He was able to top in this format already, and currently 3-0, so we're going to be following him. Also, do want to mention, just thank you guys for sticking around. I know that was a little bit of a longer break, but that should be the longest break that we have, and they should be a lot quicker after that. So
Yes.
they are setting up right now, but I think we can jump over there pretty soon.
Correct. We're just going to go right over. And yeah, so we actually have this undefeated Nami. Love to see it. And against our Katakuri player, which definitely can be an uphill battle for Nami, unfortunately.
Yes, but the benefit from it is that you are giving them no free value from their life, right?
Yes.
That's kind of helps to balance them out. And if they aren't, like naturally finding the cards, like having to play Kikunojo for 4 is a little bit slow at times. We have ways to bounce it back. A 7K swing from leader is a little obnoxious at times, but I think this is one of the better matches for Nami at time.
Yeah, so that's where I'm kind of leading towards. It's I think it's a consensus that like if you're going to be playing against Katakuri, Nami is one of the ones that you kind of want to be playing most of the time because of the facts that you just said. The triggers are just like non-existent at that
Yeah.
point. And the two things I'm worried about are just like you said, 7K swings. It is one of the most annoying things because most of the time it's at least obviously 2 cards, but it's at least 1 card from Nami, which generally she just wants to use 1, and then 1 out of their hand. And then the late game 10 drop big moms are really what are annoying for Nami for me.
For sure. And so one thing is that 7-drop Lin is, I think, really popular right now compared to previous formats. And because of that, it doesn't really do anything against Nami besides just being an 8K attack, because you'll always give the Katakuri life. There's no reason for you to feel like you need to burn one of your own life. So that's strong for you. And yeah, it looks like we're going to start. We have a pudding turn 1 looking at top 4, and Nami's going to be going second.
Yeah, which is probably what you want to do. I like going second. It's an extra card being drawn, and it's 1 more card milled, quote unquote.
Yeah. And looks like we get the 4-drop Sanji, just an okay card to be on curve. But if we don't have like a 3-drop Pero, we're gonna it's just based on how much tempo you can put on board, and I don't think Katakuri is as good as other decks potentially to do that at times.
Yeah, I agree. But this is probably fine. We're probably still gonna play a Pero. You want as many as 5K attacks as you can get out for Nami. Or against Nami, really. And we're starting out already. Ooh, that's a good mill too.
Yeah, we don't need that Impel down all stars. We do have the Pero, so we do have the 1-3 curve already, which means moderately likely to find a either a Gadatsu or a Kikunojo next turn to help us out. But okay, just eating some peel off, drawn 2 for 3.
Right. Not too bad. And probably just gonna pass here. Don't really need to swing. Triggers are a bad thing. And 1 open just means a good old what should we call it? Event card to be used.
Yeah. I mean, we already used the rubber band. We can have the gavel to get rid of out of a 7K attack, because yeah, it looks like we are going a big 7K at the leader.
Probably fine to take this one. I like taking these.
And deciding to look at their life too. So
okay.
One minor ruling thing for webcam, just based on how it has to work. If you look at your opponent's life, you have to reveal it to both players, because there's not really a way for you to see it without your opponent, not seeing it. So
right.
That's just kind of how it is. It's a little bit of a minor nerf for Katakuri, but nothing too big.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. Like in this, I think both players should know what it is. Well, should know, but I think it's fine to know because they're gonna take the life anyway eventually. And the only times that it actually does matter is like those 10 drop big months we were talking about before.
Yeah.
So yeah, gonna be.
Ooh.
Gonna go ahead.
Sorry, I just saw a gravity blade hit the trash from the rubber band as well. So That's pretty good. And yeah, I'd also say category 9 times out of 10 would want to look at cards in its own life.
Mhm.
The only reason you want to look at your opponent's life as Nami is because they're not going to hit you. Your life is, you could have 100 life as category.
It
It's
doesn't
more or
matter.
less the same.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah, that gravity blade raging tiger. Bottom deck
Yes.
2, 6 costs or less, and I personally like the card. It's a cool trigger as well, being able to bottom deck a 5 costs or less, which targets quite a lot in category. The six cost is kind of awkward because it's not very many of them. It's usually 7 costs or higher or 4 costs or lower, right? So
Hmm.
yeah, a bit of an awkward thing, but it is a nice trigger if we do run into it. And I've just been liking the card in general. It's just a cool card, to be honest. I feel a 7, 2 sevens. Ooh,
2 sevens. Oh yes.
that actually covers so much. All right, a lot of Dawn open for our Nami player.
And
Gonna
I
start
think we're gonna
out.
see,
Think
this, yeah.
the
So being able to get be a 6K leader when you have a bunch of 5Ks on the other side is pretty good. We get a card draw. We still have one open, and that also means like there's 7K attacks we can get out of it with a 2K, which is pretty convenient. So
yeah, this is a cool little support card. From OPL 6, kind of sneaked its way in. For Nami. Obviously, it's a Navy card, so a little bit more for Sakazuki, but I highly doubt it was gonna be more
yeah,
than that.
it's really interesting. Yeah, I could very rarely see like Sakazuki run this card, but yeah, it definitely screams Nami
Yeah.
for utilage. So
Yeah, and I think it only gets better because oh hey look, it's another
another
Mr.
one,
Death
yeah,
Bones.
yeah,
It's funny because in OPO 7, there's another Navy searcher, or we have a Navy searcher now, but I think there's another searcher or something similar. Or I might think it's Seven Warlords. I think it's Seven Warlords actually. Never mind.
I can't remember offhand, but Tashigi is blue, so it is a, the blue Navy searcher. We don't
Mm-hmm.
necessarily. I mean, Navy doesn't really care if your
Mm-hmm.
leader's Navy or not, so you can splash the archetypes to most builds. But
Yeah.
uh, as we've seen, being able to match it with blue to get the cost reduction
Right.
is very nice. So we're gonna 2K and rubber band out of that 9K attack due to the white smoke plus 1K, and we're still at 3 life.
Hmm.
Oh, but we are gonna just take the simple 6.
Works out. Going down to 2, plenty of cards in our hand. We're obviously gonna swing at one of these 5Ks, get a card out of their hand.
Yeah.
And oh, it's 2K. Okay, thank you. Like that. Hezekiah is the alt art winner stamped.
Yes.
Cool.
All right, getting out a gravity blade and a death wink as well. I'm kind of surprised we used the counter for that big attack and then take a 6 afterwards, right? That just feels kind of bad.
Um, yeah. I don't know. I maybe they just didn't expect him to swing with the Sanji, but I feel like against Nam, you're just swing with it. There's a brick fist, I think. Right? And we're returning the Sanji, not the Pero, which is funny. I feel like
Mm-hmm.
the Pero probably the better target here.
Um, more cards hit like 3 or less, right? Maybe they're gonna KO it so they don't get a like a 10 drop or something. Yeah,
Or they
okay, we're
just
just gonna
have
get
another
both.
one.
Why not? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Sure thing.
Bit of a bummer though, because we're not returning back our Kayas, right? Because that's one of the biggest things here. Obviously, we have um, why can't I forget or Zeph, right? So if we have Zeph, one of these falling turns, it might be
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah. And quick apology. It was 9K with Sanji. Sorry. I only saw the one Dawn underneath it, but he stacked all 4 underneath it. So
Oh gosh,
that makes more sense. That makes more sense to not take that 9K. So my apologies.
I
It was
get
just
for
one big stack. I know, I know.
eh,
All right.
just deciding as our category player, it's an interesting realization later in the game of like, oh well, Nami's getting a lot of Dawn to use, and they keep doing this to my board. So like, what do I think the answer is just swing hard early on and just play you 10 drops. It's like, what else can you really do? I mean, get more 5k attacks, but obviously we're getting those removed every turn, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like there's a quick camera refresh going on.
Yeah, I think our category player froze. Happened.
Yeah, I jumped out of the call just so in case there is issues with that, but I'm still
Okay.
still watching.
Okay. We do have a judge in there as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we're discussing over it right now. And with DCs, disconnects, etc., sometimes it's a little hard to determine, but I don't know what it is for a game loss for like actual disconnect.
If it's more than a minute, if it's a minute or less, it's a warning. Based on my knowledge.
Right. I mean, at the very least, if anything changes on his field, we have a very good screen. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, well, we'll just wait and see. Let me see if I can check. Okay, they both left.
Yeah, so he might have been disconnected long enough for a game loss, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Well, while they sort that out, we can find another match.
Yeah, let's go to it.
All right.
Right.
Okie dokie. So we're back. Not with Nami and Katakuri, but we are jumping in this match halfway. Well, more than halfway, I guess, with Sakazuki and Nell. Which we've seen a lot of Sakazuki, right? Not so much Nell.
Yes, it is. It is becoming more and more. I mean, but if you think of it this way, for the next couple of weeks, we have to just fit in a lifetime of Sakazuki play before it gets banned forever. So we gotta get a little bit in there for that. But
This feels like, by the way, the longest free ban ever. I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like literally the longest free ban. Ever since they announced it.
I've yet most people I talk to were like, you know what? If it was banned, release of EBO1, we'd be pretty okay. We'd be pretty down for it. But that is fortunately, unfortunately, whatever side you're on, not the case for this one. And real quick for our previous match, our category player, unfortunately, their internet did not make it. So we do have Nami was able to win that one just due to disconnect.
Yeah, the worst enemy of a webcam game, internet. Very cool. It does happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did go to 0. Not most fun. Is that a Shirahoshi?
It is Shirahoshi. So if we have an 8-drop kata,
That's
we can go for it. Also,
yeah.
Reject can win the game right now. We see the forward
How many times
posture,
have you
right?
said that in the last like number of regionals and treasure cups?
But it's always true. It's always true. Don't tell me that it's not.
Just be emote. You know, Reject can win this game. Where's the Reject emote?
Yeah, the same logic. I have to say that for the next month before I can never say it again.
Yeah. Man, month's a long time, man.
It is. It is.
Long time. Well, I mean, that's some Reject numbers right there, right?
It sure is.
I think you can get there. Don't even worry about the 2Ks, man. Just go for it. It's like it's either or. Like he either has or he doesn't. I feel like, I feel as though if you want to go the safe route, then yeah, go ahead and put the Shirahoshi in the life with ACOS, swing with the leader into Helmeppo, and then go about your life.
Yeah, I think that Oh, okay. All right.
I think we're going
No
the safe route.
no blockers up. Make it a lot scarier.
I mean,
our now player probably has a better idea what cards could be in that hand of 4.
I don't know, man. I think this is the best route that you can take. Like Reject, or the best chance of Reject.
Okay, Reject. Yeah, all right. Let's go.
Yeah, I think this is the best chance you can have for Reject.
Mm-hmm.
I would say just go for Amaru.
Oh, and then Amaru. So I believe this is a 12k attack.
Yeah, you can't get out of that. 2,
Oh,
4,
you
6, 6, 8. Oh well, he has 4 cards, huh?
I think he has 5 now with Reject. So
oh, no, I thought he has 4. He has 3 on. Oh, he has 5.
oh, he does not. Yeah.
Yeah, Hina did it for him.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I've fallen into the same trap where like, oh yeah, I can take this 5k attack. It's no big deal. And then
Wait a second.
as soon as I take it, I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. Yeah,
that's why you know I like the curve, and this is like a whole other topic I feel like, but I like the curve out for a person's Dawn usage, like on defense. I like to. It's like maybe a bell curve is the best way to put it. Like as you go up, or as they go up in Dawn usage is where I get a little more lenient on taking attacks, right?
Yeah.
But didn't happen that one, and we're gonna go find another match, I guess.
We can go to table 29. It's got an Uta on it. I think also the timer needs to be refreshed.
All right, I'll double check.
Because I think we've got about 15 minutes left in round.
Get this first. This guy. Excuse me. So we have a Uta versus Corey. All right. Go check on the timer. All right. 14 minutes left. 3 life, it looks like, for Uta. Only 1 for Katakori. And ton drop isn't the worst idea here, but you're still staring down a number of attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Deciding what we want to do personally. As soon as they go to 1 life,
I'm sure you're gonna say reject can win you the game here.
Can I? Am I allowed to?
I don't know. I don't know. How much Dawn do we have left here? 9?
Yeah, I believe we have 9 because we played the pudding. I don't know if we try to go for game though.
I don't think you do.
If we played pudding, right? Like that just means we just had one less Dawn to work with.
Yeah, I think we clear board. I think it's gonna be easy to clear board, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably fine. We can swing 6 to a Mihawk, 7 with our leader, and then play a 7 drop. Oh, okay. Probably don't even have that in our hand, I guess. We're not gonna see in our hand. I think we have an Omaru, which actually could be pretty good here. You can put the Omaru on the pudding. Swing with that.
We just played the pudding, so I don't think.
Oh yeah, right.
We could, I mean, but
yeah, not great. Our last few. This is a 8K swing. Pretty well to remove the board, so that's good. Now what?
Yeah, we're going big 8 into life. The dice is 3. I think they're actually at 2 life.
Yeah, unless the other life is hiding by that. That looks like a long card.
All right. Yep. And going down to
2.
Oh, 2. Okay. Oh, because there's okay. It's face up underneath it.
Yeah.
I see. It's just a little bit off camera, but yeah, there is 2 life. Yeah, they put something back with Katakuri. Probably a 7 drop Luffy.
Yeah.
But with 2 cards left in hand, 1 card left in life, if we have a copy of I'm Invincible, Uta probably has this game.
Oh, that's pretty annoying too, huh?
Yeah, and if so, we'll probably try to follow our Uta player in the next round too.
Yeah, I can see that.
But they do have to get there though, and we do know 1 card is in life. There could be a couple, like it could be a Sanji, could be a Beige, could be a 0 cost, could be a 200 million volts. A lot of scary cards it could be before being able to get there.
Let's see. Good swing with our Uta.
Mm-hmm. Which
our character Uta. And just go large enough for our 2 cards in hand to not be enough. If we get a Sanji, maybe play something to rest that, place the rest on the leader and swing. If you have I'm Invincible, I think that's just the best line. I don't think 5K is good.
Just 5.
I don't think 5K is good.
Simply 5. So
I mean, this is a 8 cost kid, but like even if you have 8 cost kid, I don't think that's the right play.
It only really makes sense if we have 10 drop Dofi.
Yeah, that's another one.
That would be the only one I would say like, okay, that's probably a good play.
Yeah, it buys you another turn, allows them not to swing too hard. And it's another swing for the following turn because you're not losing next turn.
Yep, and there's a 10 drop Dofi, I think, right on cue. So you're gonna be able to stun their leader, their 8 drop, and one of their Paros.
Correct.
And they can, technically still go for win next turn if they happen to have like an Amaru or, dare I say, even a reject.
Oh.
But they do need to get there.
Hopefully we don't make the mistake here, as we did before, not protecting the easy ones.
Mm-hmm.
And then getting rejected.
Yeah, so they need 3 attacks to stick, and with the pudding there, you can technically get 3 attacks. But you do have to answer the blocker Uta as well.
Yeah.
2 cards. And what to do with it. What I mean, yeah, reject Amaru would probably be the best 2 cards we can get, right? Well, there's Amaru. All right, step 1. Complete.
Pretty good. Then we're gonna swing into this. Our
Yeah, on the
hands.
pudding. I think pudding's the better one, yeah.
Yeah, it gives you more attacks. And it just spreads out your Dawn distribution a little bit better. Only 1 card, so hopefully that's a reject. If it is, then we're in pretty good shape. Because I think our Uda player only has 3 cards in hand.
I'm not exactly sure, but I've been playing a little bit more Uta lately, and something I've noticed too is you can have a lot of cards in hand, but it's very easy to have like only like 2K counter over 5 cards or something like that. It is you are kind of like pressured to run a lot of non-counter cards, and you end up seeing a lot of them too.
Yeah, I think the flip side is there are a lot of 2Ks though, from the Tony Chopper, from the Mihawk to a bunch of other stuff that you can throw in like Izu.
Yeah,
Whatever, right?
and we're not on EBO1 yet, so it means that we don't get the chance of like the new Sanji, which I think helps the deck out a lot from a consistency standpoint. But
Yeah.
we'll see. All right, deciding what to do with their Dawn. We got 8 left, and we have essentially 3 5K attacks. So we can go like 7, and then we'd have 6 Dawn left. So 7, 8, 8, 7, 7, 9, I believe are numbers we can do. Yeah, very tough. I mean, yeah, because you are just depending. Oh, are we playing another Amaru? All right, sure. All right. So we can do. I think this means we can do 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, which should do the trick.
So this is 8, and we have two more 8s are a 7 and a 9.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 7, 7, 8 is better than 7, 8, 8. Well, since we know the bottom card in life is a Luffy, it does change like how we do. Like we know they can't get out of the 8. They can't get out. Like you need to get over an 8 no matter what.
Mm-hmm. And we know what the last card is, so that's just straight up just no counter power at all. Good for a category player.
Yeah, so I think just 3 8s and just hope they don't have any additional 2Ks is the way.
If he does a 7K swing, you might lose. So 2Ks, that's all you need.
Yeah. All right. And one more go.
I think this is the bait.
I would definitely do the bait. Yeah. 2K, 2K, or sorry,
There
2K,
it is.
1K, 1K.
There it
That
is,
is
the
9 to get
bait.
out of it.
Dude, I love doing that. Oh, I love doing that.
Same. Same.
Give you hope and take it away.
And okay, so we're not out of the woods yet,
No, of course not.
but we're doing a big 5.
Yep.
What are we seeing?
Here's a beige.
Got a beige? No beige, big 12?
And that should be the trick.
That is
Show
it.
the card.
No, they're not.
Show
Keeping it secret. Keeping it safe.
Whatever. All right, well, let's go back to us. Only 5 minutes left into the game. So, round. Yeah.
Round.
That was round 4.
4. Yep.
4
So
of
we're
likely 9 to
just-
10.
Yep. Hitting the halfway mark. And real quick, we did do a poll between last round of if Anel is if we think Anel is tier 1 in EBO 1. People said no with a 75 or 70% on that one. So that's kind of where I've been leaning on that deck too. We did see it just win as one of our matches too with the reject, but I think OPO 7 is where it finally hits that spark again, and it's as relevant, if not more relevant, than it was in OPO 5.
Yeah, it gets a little. Oh my god, it gets a little support, even more in OPO 7. And like when you say tier 1, I feel like it's just on the same level of Gakkamoria, Sakazuki, etc. Right? And
If
Yeah.
you can beat those decks consistently, then yeah, easy W. But I think that's where it kind of falls short. But it can beat a lot of decks. It just becomes very uh, difficult for a lot of decks to deal with. And I think we'll at least see an uptick. We'll see an uptick for next week for sure.
Yes, 100%. So, but we'll also see an uptick, I think, of Uta starting next week as well, which we did just see beat a Katakuri in that last round, and they are still undefeated. So we'll probably go into round 5, seeing what their matchup is and watching their game, and then just kind of seeing from there. So we also will have a better idea of which decks are undefeated probably after round 6, if we're looking into it, since we'll have probably about 32 people undefeated by then, so that'll be a good chance to see what's left.
Yeah, for sure. That's pretty much it. I think in our round we have about 2 minutes left. Anything else?
No, I'm good to take a tiny break, and then again, we appreciate you guys being patient for the breaks for the last couple rounds. Since we're about halfway through the tournament now, I expect those to be not as long. They should be a lot shorter from there. So again, appreciate your patience, and we should be getting some more gameplay pretty soon.
Yes. All right, bye.
Okay, cool.
See you, bye. Okay, hey, a little bit of a break, but it wasn't too bad. We have round 5 already, and we're actually following. Who? Tell us.
Gregory, our Uta player, who finished off last round. So currently 4-0 with the deck. And this is before EPO1 gives it the little bit of consistency boost with an extra 2K film card and maybe like the blue no blocker if you like running it. So, it's still a like pre-best version of the deck, but still very good in this format.
I mean, it's just cool in general. As soon as she came out, she was like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take over the new way of playing green. And it's nice to have a dedicated film leader for that. Like I talked about before in other events, just nice to have. So we're going to hop into Gecko, the second most represented deck in the format.
Yeah, and I think we've been moderately good being able to dodge a lot of Gecko matches so far, but I think that's going to come to a close for the last half of this tournament. But yeah, Moria is doing pretty good, and bonus, he doesn't get banned next month.
Hey, that's not bad, right? Not bad.
Yeah.
Sure.
He does lose access to Great Eruption, which I do think is a pretty big loss for the deck, though, because it doesn't get as much cost reduction capabilities compared to Sakazuki, but I still think it's going to be in a pretty good spot for the next couple weeks as well.
Totally, yeah. Well, let's go take a look, talk a little bit more about them as these players do start. And I do think with Gregory on top on Uda, Preston on Gecko below. I think Gecko is going to start out first, I want to say, after looking at that dice roll.
I think Uta likes going second more, in my experience, and Moria likes going first more. But both decks are pretty flexible in which one they go. So if you want to take first away from Moria, or if you want to take second away from Uta, you can definitely do that if you find value in it. So we'll have to see what they decide. And also, both of these leaders are 5K leaders, which nowadays is not super common to see.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think in general they they have their trade-offs, right? These multi-colored leaders have these pretty decent effects, and these single color leaders have very straightforward but relatively effective effects based on their archetype, which both of these archetypes have their own respective support and just do different things, honestly, which is nice.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like I appreciate kind of like the slow burn, right? When the game released a year and a bit ago, the only real multicolor leader that was consistently popular was Trafalgar Law, right? And so being able to say, okay, push the envelope. What can a multicolor leader? How good does a 4-life leader need to be for it to be balanced? And then eventually they landed on Sakazuki, which is very good.
Yeah, dude, very. Very good.
Very, very good. Anel, which is a monocolor leader, but also 4 life, very
Mhm.
good. Trafalgar Law in a couple days, very good. So, um, yeah, I think they figured out how good multicolor leaders can really be.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Uh, yeah. But so far, pretty normal start. I think we're gonna get a Helmeppo, I believe,
Yeah.
like from the brand new. Other two targets didn't look like they were valid anyway. And
Yeah, we had a Sindri and a 2-drop brand new, which can't grab itself. So not like our best turn. I think Perona 4-drop on curve is really strong to get a body out and make them discard one.
mhm.
Because Uta's almost always going to be at 5 or more cards in hand. So
Yeah, it is. Um, yeah, just having that body as well is also nice. But I mean, we'll see if it turns around. I don't know. Some Mario players like to see if they can mill some things out of their deck from cards like brand new anyway. But I think we'll see if Uta can take advantage of this by getting um some cards on board. And this new Genesis, I do believe, to get this Nami out.
yeah, and you know what? We'll just play another one.
Sure. Okay. Why not?
We're gonna get a Zoro there. So with 4 Dawn, we could attack 5k with our leader and then play Nami to get a draw. Or we could attack 6k. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to do a simple 5 first.
Surely. Surely.
All right, there goes the Helmeppo we just added to hand.
Now we're gonna play the Nami A1. See if we can draw a card.
I would be amazed if we missed on it. Yeah,
Mm,
we were able to get a 7-drop Luffy, which is pretty good. If they don't have Ice Age, Mori doesn't have a really great way to get rid of it, and being a big blocker helps as well.
for sure. Okay. Checking in cards we have. And I'm gonna start out this turn. I like the zone usage here. You just slid the leader right back into the zone he needed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Tapping one could be a victory. Oh, never mind. It's a great eruption for our Nami, which it's gonna probably immediately get removed by our leader swing and Absalom in our hand, most likely.
Yeah. Yeah, so 2 there, and then we can use our leader effect, discarding, as you said, probably an Absalom. Yeah. Or a Hogback, milling 2, 1, 2. Oh, there's a Perona in our trash now too.
Okay.
Yeah, now we're thinking. Yeah, pay the 2. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, we are gonna just play the Perona. So we might not have Absalom, and we were just banking that if we did have it, it'd be one of our best. Oh, we had the Zoro in Uta.
Oh, I've seen that a couple times. I think any green deck can kind of splash it here and there. One or two of them is perfectly fine. It is actually just a very intimidating card. Like if they don't have the resources to get rid of it, which sometimes can be the case against or as more Gekimoria, if they don't have like ice ages and stuff like that. But yeah, super intimidating card.
All right. But Nami survives another day, so we get another card draw, which is quite good. Looking top 3, paying a Dawn. Looking like we're adding the 3-cost Usopp there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we do have what 5 more Dawns, so we could like attack 6k with Uta, get another card draw, and I think we add a Zoro to our hand too, so we could establish the board like that.
Okay. I'm gonna swing 6. Activate Uda's effect to get a
Ooh,
2K.
2K. Nice.
Always like to see that. And those who don't remember, I don't know if it's been a while, but Udo kind of pops up here and there. If you have one Dawn, you swing with it. Reveal the top card. If it's a film card, you add it to your hand. If not, you bottom deck it.
Yeah, and now we're adding a third film card to our hand, which that is our true cost event there.
This is our
Being
the
it,
backlight.
yeah, backlight. Yeah, which lets us either rest something 5 or less, or KO something that's rested that's 5 or less.
That.
So very good for getting rid of the Sabos and Borsalinos for that Gecko Moria.
Mm-hmm. After the Sabo effect.
Yes, of course.
Otherwise, you can just rest it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. You can just rest the Sabo.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay. So using another grid eruption. Now we have a cat. Pretty good. Kitty. Oh, this is against the rules. Catch
I don't think
coaching.
it's coaching. No,
Yeah, I knew it. He knew it. He knew. He was like, "Don't do it. Do not do it." Yeah, he knew it. He knew the cat.
Cat owners have to know,
Yes.
right? It's always
Shout out to the
always
cat
potential.
because it jumped in the specific area that didn't have cards. So shout out to the cat for not ruining game state.
Yeah, we need some dogs in chat to scare it away.
Holies.
All right. Oh, we finally have an Absalom, which is great. So we get rid of one of our one of the Namis, which is good. But I think like the Namis have gotten enough value as is, which has been very strong.
Sure. Yeah, I already got 2 draws out of it, technically. We might, I don't think they're really coming back. But we should be able to fill this board up with upcoming Luffy's at the very least.
Yeah, I think we've seen a 7-cost Luffy added to hand. I don't immediately remember, but if we have our Luffy Brook Usopp combo, that's pretty tough for Moria to answer immediately without like just playing their own Gecko Moria, but they're going to be behind no matter what.
Yeah.
All right, and they did a simple 7 with the Perona. We 2K 1K out of it, and then we're going to, I believe, 8 Dawn for our Uta player.
So plenty for Luffy, of course.
Yeah. And let's see. Oh, we get another 3-drop Nami. It's quite nice.
All right.
And I wonder if this is going. I'm guessing this is going into probably leader. It doesn't super matter because I think they're probably going to counter out no matter where it goes. But yeah, 2K out.
Okay. Just doing a little bit of a think. Got 7 after this, right? So be easy to kind of calculate from there.
Yeah, and looks like just asking cards and trash. So I think they're asking for 4 costs. So they have some Hogbacks, a Perona, and a Borsalino. 2 2Ks, a brand new, and a Helmeppo in the trash right now. All right. So yeah, I think for 7, yeah, we're gonna pull the trigger there. We're gonna go Luffy into Nami. Oh, okay. So no inherent 4 cost. But the thing with Nami is that like it doesn't have counter, right? So if I was to play either a Zoro or a Nami off Luffy, Nami's almost always preferred in a matchup like this because either they're going to remove it or not, and then if they don't, I get another card draw.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I believe we're going up to 9 Dawn right now. So Ice Age Moria can be pretty good. It just depends if we have another Absalom in trash, which we don't. So I just don't think our trash is set up to really do a play like that. And I think our Moria players just been a little bit unfortunate with cards they've been able to assemble in their trash so far.
I think that's the biggest part, right? Like it's unfortunate in general that we are just not seeing the strongness, the strength. Wow, the strength.
Clip that.
No, don't. The strength of our Gecko Moria player, because there's a lot of plays that we can do as Gecko, and we've done like 2, and they weren't very strong. And I think that is definitely a subset of just not being able to get the things in our trash where we need to be. On the bright side is that a lot of the stuff that we have issues here can be solved with a well-timed ACOS back to back, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think this is also why a lot of people open with Victoria to mill R5, just sacrificing that one 2k out of our hand just so we can have a little bit more consistency throughout the game. Because we did see one, it was just milled from our brand new.
From a brand new, yeah.
So,
I know like the +1 is always tempting, and brand new if I have 2, and if I have to choose between Sindri and brand new, I almost always do brand new myself, but Sindri's always like the safer choice, I feel.
Yeah.
All right, still staring at their 9 Dawn. So like I'm really am thinking they probably have like Ice Age or something to move with it. And but like they probably just have a suboptimal Gecko play, and they're wondering if it's worth still doing it. I think they can play like a Perona, make them discard a card, play a brand new, draw a card. But there's no blockers. There's no. I guess Borsellino I think was in there, so you could play that if you want. But yeah, I'm not sure.
All
right, going with the 6.
Okay.
Okay, free block with the Luffy. And then 7 on leader, going for Luffy. No.
Yeah, right.
Unlikely.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I just don't think so.
Oh, are we just attacking 7 and then playing Sabo? That feels rough too.
Yeah. Oh, I think you just go face if you're swinging with this, but Perona's pretty good.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna have to eat away this hand. And honestly, if it's the hand that you're worried about or thinking of, you do swing into Luffy with Perona. But did we pitch for Perona?
I
don't think we pitched for Perona.
I don't. Oh no, we minus the cost because we're playing.
Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so Perona has an ore attached to it, which does not come up very often.
No, that's why I was confused.
I think it makes sense here. I think probably what they're just thinking is there a way I can rob Lucci and get them out, and without that great eruption, I don't think the numbers are quite there yet to get rid of the Luffy.
I think he was one short, and well, one short for Dawn, and also just like I don't know for the Luffy production in general.
Yeah.
So pretty good for Uta. Don't have to worry about not having a Luffy on board. Don't have to worry about an 8 cost right now either. Just these 5k swings with 6k coming in pretty hot. Probably to one of these 5ks.
Ooh.
Nice.
And we get a Bart, which is quite nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say like either Bart or the Uta blocker can make this Luffy swing pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
6k into the one of the 5ks. I wonder what we're using the rest of the Dawn for then. Maybe for a kid.
Yeah, I think kid would be strong because we have 9 Dawn, so we can put 8 in one.
Mm-hmm.
Which would again help us. If they don't have Ice Age, it's tricky for them to get rid of it. Yeah.
I mean, even then, that's gonna be a lot of Dawn use anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
I think you do play a kid. I mean, you already got this far. So like just using leader effect and then just like not knowing afterwards doesn't seem very strong. So I would say just like play the kid anyway. You have a pretty fat hand in order to do that, and kid's just gonna give you value until they find the cards to get rid of it. Which one
Yeah.
Gecko Moria and a Ice Age will do it, but you know.
I think if you're able to play kid before they've established a Moria, you're in a really good spot because either they, it's not impossible, but it's a little bit tricky. I mean, it's really just dependent on Ice Age, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if they can answer a kid with an Ice Age Moria, you're in a rough spot. But if they don't have those pieces, you probably just win the game.
Yeah. You kick in the chat. Sorry, bud.
All right. Oh, we're playing 7, so it's another Luffy, it seems. Yep, another 7 cost Luffy into a 3-drop Perona. Just not seeing any 4 cost Brooks, unfortunately. And we can end the turn. Oh, we're gonna play a Bart. Okay, sure. Oh no, we discard and I'm invincible. Interesting.
Probably have multiple in hand. This is what I was talking about when it came down to getting the values out of the Luffy. I got 2 of them. One of them restood too, and Bart's gonna be able to do that again next turn. So, yeah, pretty good situation for Uta in general. Plenty of cards in hand, 2 life, relatively healthy. And sure, Gakumari can get rid of this Uta pretty easily, as well as the Bart. But I mean, the real annoyances are going to be these 7 drops. And as soon as he starts swinging with these, and they start blocking, 10 drop Dofi is also going to be a pretty big worry.
Yeah, and Uta is flexible enough to know, or to run a couple different boss monsters, either 8-drop Kid, 10-drop Dofi. Some lists play both. There's room for potentially like a Hody at times too. So there's like that, that not knowing what you need to be playing around, which can help Uta get some advantage.
I think it's just tough because with Gecko, he is our Gecko player doesn't have very many cards in hand, so their choices are very limited in general. So I think that's one of the issues that they're running into now.
Well, the biggest thing is that what I feel from a Gecko Moria player is this is one of like the scenarios where you just don't see the pieces that make sense, right? I'm sure he's like thinking about, man, if I only had the Absalom in there, if only I had an Ice Age, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think those kind of deterministics plays is like that 5% between like a really great player and a super great player, where they've seen these, like, what happens, what do I do when I don't see my pieces, what's the optimal when it's suboptimal.
Mm-hmm.
And it can be very tricky when you are just so close to finding everything but not quite.
Right. Exactly. I think that's where we are.
I feel like it, right? We uh had 5, we got out of it. There's a 7 we blocked and 1 K'd out, which is fine, especially since, again, we have another blocker Luffy and another 3-cost Uta if they're going to really be pressuring it that down. We're going another 7K, either at Ligid or at Luffy. And they've invested enough Dawn at this point that we know that Moria will not be hitting the board this turn.
That's a bright side, I guess. It's interesting that you're saying, because I would say, like, out of the 10 times that we can watch a Gecko Moria match, they kind of go the same. But like, this is like the one or two times out of 10 that it doesn't go the way that you want it to go. Um, and it's not even that far off from being a good situation for Gecko. I think it's just the lack of cards in hand and the lack of things that we can do on our turn. So I mean, just swinging into either leader or Luffy doesn't feel good, because we're just gonna block it, and then brand new just isn't gonna do us any good either. We're just gonna play something out of our hand for sure, which is a Sabo. So this is a really good time for a 10-drop Dofi, I gotta tell you. Because
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah, because like, we're gonna just swing with one of our Luffy's into one of the 5K bodies, rest the others, or keep the others rested, and just like keep doing this until we win. Because yeah, sure, Gecko has a lot of cards in, or yeah, cards in life, but they're gonna have to deal with a lot of stuff by the time that we get on parity. And we ditched a 8 cost from our hand, so I don't know if that's like a good thing or not.
Well, we're staring at our 10 Dawn, but we're paying 1, so we are immediately not playing Dofi. Or paying 2, so we are going to be able to get the rest on the Sabo. This could be it. No blockers up, 2 cards in hand. Biggest issue though is that 4 life.
Yeah. Hmm.
I know
Uh,
I'm just saying but
I mean, that's
this is a
this
real tough position.
unfortunately kind of the situation that our Gecko Moria player is in, right? It's like, what are we what are we actually doing? When it comes
Yeah,
down to
because
it, because we only have 2 cards in hand to defend with. We have a pretty open board. Our Uta player can swing into these guys and not really have too much second thought. And Dofi is still playing, like I said.
yeah, and this is definitely, like, again, like a grind of 1s and 2s where like, yeah, just attaching a Dawn to Luffy is expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Uh but it means that with 2 cards in hand, attacking into probably the Rob Lucci, um they're going to kind of have to put a lot of resources in. Like, either they discard their hand and Lucci stays around to get hit by a 6K Uta, or it's just tough.
Luffy
All right, so we used 3 Dons so far. Got rid of their Lucci and their Sabo. We're going to attack 7 into, I'm going to guess, Perona, because they've been kind of Absalom starved so far. We do not hit a card. It's a 2K Mihawk, unfortunately, so we don't get the draw off that one. And then we're going to have 5 Dawn left active.
Okay, so no Delphi play, obviously. We were swinging into these guys to clear the board, and probably the best time to do it, right? Because they only have 2 cards in hand, and best they can do is probably an A drop. Excuse me, swing with the Uta. Probably because we know that most of his cards in his hand are gonna be dead. This is gonna be a 7K swing, right? Yeah, 7K swing.
Yeah. Okay. We get rid of it. At the end of the turn, Bart would be able to restand one of these Luffys. We can Uta's effect to discard a card to restand another Luffy. And we're leaving 2 up. Do we think? Are we playing Supernova or Punk Gibson?
Possibly. Pretty funny.
And we are going to discard a backlight to restand another one of our Luffy. So again, like Uta does have that board control right now, but being at 1 life like this compared to 4, we're really behind on that.
Yeah, we should have definitely just, you know, at least once to our face, but I guess it was just enough attacks to clear the board and start swinging face the following turn.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 up is interesting. I mean, like, Gibson is like a playable card, but I don't know if it's like the best card right now. I guess if they swing the leader, they could rest down the brand new, but that's it right now.
Yeah, because we're like, we did what we wanted to do, right? We cleared board, right? And we didn't have to use all our Dawn, so it's fine. But it's, I don't know, it's a bit of a call. And maybe we're like maybe we could draw to something with our Uta attack that we would have wanted to play. So I want to keep the Dawn open, but I don't know. All right, and a 7 with the Moria. I think that's going to get blocked 1K wherever you go with it. Yeah, block and oh, sorry. Is it only a 6K?
No.
Yes, it must have been. It must have been because we did 8 and then 1. So Ice Age is probably on one of the Luffys at this point. Yeah, Helmeppo, and that's we get rid of a 2, only a 2, so just the Luffy itself. Probably the active one, and then you can have brand new attack into the Bart as well. Yeah, and there goes the Uta, yeah, and then it's attacking to the Bart. And yeah, you know that by putting the Rob Lucci into their trash so they can refresh the effect and play it again, I think that's what put you in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Only that, but like you said, you're at 1 life. This is super susceptible, and you know, I said it before, and any cost Gecko can bring you right back into the game. It's just that strong of a card.
It is. Especially when you're at 1 life and that is your going on. I think you have to save the Bart as well, just because you kind of need this Luffy again. But yeah, even if Gecko just has like single, like 1 or 2 cards in hand for most of this game, being at 4 life just against this deck means in so many cases you just simply can't lose next turn. So you just feel like you are safer because of that. You can play a little bit greedier, and it's going to be really tough for Uta to be able to get back. So we're going to use a 1K Brook to save the Bart, so we can refresh our Luffy blocker next turn and pass it back.
That's okay.
And this is kind of what I was talking about too. Like if we have 8-drop kid, sure, it's great, but it's going to be a little bit tough to keep it on board when there's already a 9-drop Moria there as well.
Yeah. And there's not really a way to get around that outside of protecting ourselves too. So, sure, our 7 cost kit or Luffy will be able to do something decent on defense, but like honestly, I'm not liking this situation for Uta.
Yeah, and we're approaching overtime pretty quickly as well. So that is getting there. And if the game ends, it's whoever has more life, which is still Moria at 4 as well.
Correct. On the bright side, he only has 1 card in hand, right?
Yes.
So that's easy math. You know, you have a Bart on there, you can easily get a
But
good swing.
there's nothing really worth swinging at except for leader, right? That's the
correct.
The other thing.
Correct.
I mean, probably best is what if we happen to have a Moria. If we have like an 8-drop kid and we're able to go there, that's probably the best, and like hopefully protect it and start pressuring with Uta and Luffy this turn. We can put them down to 2 pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a 6K swing here and then a 7K with our Luffy. Get another Mihawk. Oh man, that is 2 misses. That's very unlikely for this deck.
Mm-hmm. That's a bit of a bummer. Doesn't help the situation at all. I don't know how you get out of this, especially with time coming up.
With time, overtime hitting right now, yeah, it is going to be very tough for our Uta player to continue. Yeah, there is time right now. So, they go down to 3, and yeah, 8-drop kid is really the only thing I can think of now. Maybe like another 7-drop Luffy, but not looking great. It's just a Zoro. Even less good. And we're keeping 5 Dawn open? Oh man.
For what?
I could not tell you. They could be playing the 3-cost event, the Onigiri style.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they were, but they could be.
Could, and then play on a new body. I mean, I don't know if that's like a good situation. Obviously, you don't really want to play on a new body because that's 1 less counter card in hand, unless it's a dead card. But
yeah,
I don't know. I think there's really much you can.
And real quick, I am looking at what leaders are undefeated since we're pretty close to the end of time now. And most of the top tables, because we'll have 29 undefeated at the end of it. Spoilers, seeing a lot of Katakuri, Sakazuki, and Moria. With potentially 1 more Moria with this game.
Right.
We see an L. All right. And yeah, this is turn 0 in time, or turn 1 in time, rather. So this is tough though, with still having the Moria active to be able to do an attack too. And even if you survive this turn, I don't even think you can put your opponent down to 0 life.
I don't think so either. Cards in hand as Gecko. That's an upside. I think the most we can do is put him down to 0, unless we have I'm invincible.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. That's what to say. I was like, wait a second. All right, there you go. Okay, so
Yeah.
we did swing into 0 with the Gecko going 11, and that is the end of that match, especially with overtime.
Yeah. So Preston's able to take it with Gecko Moria, and I think that is the end of undefeated Utas in this tournament today.
Unfortunate, but that is it. Did you have the undefeated? You said.
I'm working on it right now, so I'll have it going into round number 6, but not right now.
Yeah. Okay. And hopefully, hold on. Oh, my thing's not. Go right back to us. Actually, you know what? We'll go to break right now.
Cool.
While I fix this.
Yeah, so we're taking a tiny break. I'll have all of our undefeated going to the next round. We have 29 going into round number 5, and I'll let you guys know what that looks like.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Be right back. Oh, all right. We are back with round number 6 of our tournament today. It's CoreTCG's online Treasure Cup here in May. Last weekend of Star Deck 13 meta before we get to EBO 1. And we do know our 29 undefeated going into this round.
Yeah, we do. We had it on the screen. We have 15 Sakazuki, 7 Gecko Moria. What else? 2 Katakuri, 1 Enel, 1 Starter Deck 13 Monkey D. Luffy, 1 Newgate, and 1 Yamato and Reiju. So
yeah,
pretty spread out on the ones, but not so much when it came to Sakazuki, which is dominant today.
Yeah. And I will say that I how do I say it? Katakuri was doing really good at the beginning of the format. Sakazuki, I think the first couple weeks, I was like, you know what? Maybe it isn't, worth being made. Like I had so many people like week 1, oh, it's not winning events, it's not topping, maybe it's not doing great. We've reached the end of this format, and let me tell you, it is doing very, very good.
Yes, spoiler alert. But hey, what else is doing good is a Gecko Moria versus our only undefeated Enel player. So we're gonna take a look at that right now.
Yeah. We'll jump right to
now. Woo. And we're going to round 6. So just about past the halfway point today. Probably 10 rounds or 9 if we're so lucky for people who don't want an extra round.
And what we had, right, just over 900 players, right?
Yes, 933 I believe is the point or the count.
Yeah, so that does mean, likely 10 rounds, but could be 9. We have 29 undefeated into this, so if you do what's the chances of a 29 player tournament going to 5 rounds? That the same kind of math for it. But we're jumping into this one. We had Moria go first, which they usually like to do. Enel going second, which I think both decks kind of want to go first, but I've seen both from Enel and Moria depending on their package.
Yeah, I do see that as long as you have something decent in your hand, which it looks like we do, going first is pretty good as Gecko Moria. Now having the Perona out and being able to get a 5k body in a ditch is nice.
I would already be started tilted if I was just like, that Perona, like I usually like to have a higher than average hand size early game, so like all of this, pitching a card seems really rough, and if I get rid of the Perona, that means they just get to play it again. So just a very good start for Moria already.
I mean, hey, at least we have our boy Shura. You get our top 5 and a 7 cost Enel. Not quite the EBO one, or LPL 7. You get the support for an L, or for the 7 cost an L, I guess. But still a pretty cool card, especially against this matchup. A quick 7-key swing is going to do some damage.
Yeah, and I think we're probably gonna. Let's see, what are we doing with 4, right?
But it doesn't look like that's the case. Might be
What are we
two
doing for
5K
3?
swings, or a 6K and a 5K. Oh, okay. Doing doggo. So doing doggo here. No ohm. Would have been nice the other way around. But that happens. You know, it's nothing too crazy as far as that stuff goes. So sometimes you're the dog, and other times you find the dog.
Yes.
That's how it goes, right? The saying.
I think you're pretty close. I'll give you points for trying. How about that?
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. So we have a 5K swing. And no, he usually doesn't care about the early game swings, I think. You know, being out down at 1 is not too bad. It's a little awkward for Gecko and as well as other black decks nowadays, because you know that A cost is coming down, and it's going to be pretty difficult to, you know, defend against that sometimes.
Yeah, and time and time again, that's like Moria playing the stuff. I feel like I've already said this today too, but playing the stuff is broken. Don't get me wrong, but just the fact that you have this 9K attack that if you don't answer immediately, they get so much value from. It's very strong, and this Brander is going to search an Ice Age off the top, which is pretty good at trying to remove some bigger bodies that I know likes to try to play.
Mm-hmm. And this
we're gonna go.
Might be another Perona, by the way.
There's another one in trash, so I'd be pretty inclined to getting a Sabo, I think a Suru, and then discarding a Rob Lucci, which we can bring back later. And then we get the Perona, which is again forcing another card out of that hand.
Mm-hmm. Not the greatest. Not the greatest result for Justin here, but I mean, this is probably one of the reasons why we're defending early on too, because it's just gonna get a little harder and harder as we get our cards chipped away. And a 2K counter out of hand, man.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yeah, it's very painful because like and the worst thing is too, like you have to either it's a 6K attack that you have to answer. They're playing a body for free, and then you're like, man, I have to discard a card, and then they give me another card in my hand. So if they play another Perona next turn, I'm still gonna have 5 in hand. It's
And there's not really too much we can get around the effect as well, because they can just kind of keep doing this as long as we have 5 or more. Because if we swinging these Peronas, they're just gonna keep doing it as long as they have, you know, cards to pitch and nothing better to do, which sometimes is the case as Gecko. You know, sometimes you just, you know, need to swing and play these four cost bodies. But
yeah.
Gadatsu might be pretty good. We can pop the other standing Verona, swing 5 and 6 for the other, kind of clear this board and stop getting pinged down for our hand. Because these attacks and as well as the Veronas are going to do that for us.
Mm-hmm.
Just thinking as an L. Picking up 3. I don't know what 3 is going to do for us. 2 is a little bit better. Because that still speaks to Ohm. Doggo is going to swing into Piranha, probably.
Yeah, and so this means that we don't have Gadatsu, which would have been pretty good to just, you know, stop the pressure a little bit. But they're going down to 3, which, you know, playing around everything, and we're going just straight 9. All right, going down to 2s, Moria. That's pretty good, I guess.
I mean, I've seen this happen. I've seen this play because, like, sometimes I think a lot of the time it's just like when I start playing my ACOS categories and things like that, you know, these hits are going to be a little bit more meaningful, and we'll take care of that hand that we just gave to you later. And I think the other part of that is that, like, if I swing into these Peronas and remove them, you're just going to play them again, and I'm just going to, like, cry because my hand is still 5 or more. So,
yeah,
I think that's probably what the idea is.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that Moria does run a lot of cards that don't have counters, so it's not unlikely for them to not actually be able to get out of a 7 and 9. We know one card in there is an Ice Age, but at this point we've drawn 2 from we drew 2 from life and 1 from the top of our deck, but so we have one of the healthier hands I've ever seen from Moria. And we'll just kind of see what they discard and what that kind of means.
Yeah, we have a healthy hand because we swung so much here. Hodgeback into the trash. We're gonna play the Hodgeback.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
grab a Victoria or something similar.
Yep. Bottom decking the Eruption and the Sabo to get the effect, and then yeah, putting a Sindri to hand. So probably having the 8-drop Moria already in there.
I'm sure. These sleeves are cool too, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Sleeves. What character is that? Is that Frankie?
That's Roger, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
Yeah.
Or just the angle.
Oh man, this is like the brutal point. So maybe this is why we went down to 2 life too, was because now Nella really doesn't have an answer to this that's clean, right? We can play like 8-drop Katakuri to put that Kuzan into their life, but we can't really establish anything on board and get rid of Kuzan at the same time.
Right. Yeah, smart play on the Gecko player. Just playing around their outs.
Mm-hmm.
And um I mean, even if you do play Yamato here, which you can't.
Can't. Which is
Um
the big reason you wouldn't, but continue.
Listen, I was gonna follow up. We're one off. And we still can play the ACOS category, but yeah, I mean with that Kuz on board doesn't feel great.
No, it's very obnoxious.
We can reject.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
yeah.
This is a
You
big
got me.
mom? Oh, okay, so no. Okay.
Yeah. Big Mom probably would have been a little bit nicer, but we knew that we got an L earlier off our 2-drop Shura, so
Yeah.
that's a little bit difficult to answer. Like, luckily, Sakazuki can get 2 removes on the same Enel in the same turn. Mori is a little bit trickier to do that. So Enel, I think, will be around a little bit easier, at least.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right, and yeah, 2K, 1K to get out.
Normal. We're just gonna pass. We have 6 cards in hand. And I can only imagine we're gonna be using the Kuzan effect on the Nanel. Force our now player to not only pitch cards, but possibly use our leader effect.
Yeah. So yeah, first attack probably should be Kuzan. If we just have 2 Absaloms in hand too, that could feel pretty bad. We need one more reduction, but
Good card. A lot of people have been taking it out of their decks though.
it's really tricky because like against in like mirror matches, it's pretty rough because it generally doesn't survive. But against most other decks in the format that don't really have a solid removal for it, it makes all of your removal so much easier to do.
I just feel like specifically in Gecko Moria, it just is a need because it does make everything so easy.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. You know, it's been a while since I brewed up Gecko, so it's just yeah, I guess it's just player dependent as well.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And we're thinking if this 5K should go through or not. We haven't used our null effect yet. We're at 1 life. And what are we looking at? Looks like we're going to play Beige off of life and probably their leader, so they can't use their when attacking skill. So that's pretty good. It's a pretty good hit.
also makes it a little easier for our Gecko player to decide because
Yeah.
we can just play the ACOS, remove the Perona, remove the brand new, um, and then just get something out. I mean, obviously, it's going to be a little difficult to get rid of the 7 costs Nell
Mm-hmm.
by doing that if we don't want to remove things. But I mean, or 3 things really. But I'm curious to see what we do after this.
It's another 5.
Game
if
breaking.
one if 1-5 was decision making, another 5 is gonna be real rough.
Yeah. Just deciding.
Yep. All right. 2K out. Down to 4 in hand. So Anel's probably not losing this turn, but I don't think they're going to be winning on the next. And clearing this board is going to be pretty tough for the deck.
The beige freezing leader rocked his world here.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
5 with Hogback.
That's probably
If you 5 with
thing.
Hogback and they take it, brand new can swing.
Pretty hefty.
Yeah, can swing 12. I'd be kind of tempted for 7 with Hogback and see what happens. And if they take it, brand new finishes it.
Yeah, that's true. We're also probably thinking about what's in our hand too, because like we're at 2 life, so NL can easily take a life if our hand is dead, and then reject, and the rest can do the job. So
yeah. All right, 2K out, and then yeah, Moria. This
Okay.
is, I mean, this is obviously a safe play, but and I don't, in any regard, I don't think you're getting punished either. So
no,
especially since they can keep the NL around if they want to, but they're going to lose the
life.
life. Yeah. So going to play the Suru, give the -2 to the Anel, and then we're going to Rob Lucci effect, get rid of the Shura and the Anel. We can save the Anel if we really want to.
I think you do. I think you do. I know it's a tough decision, but if you have reject in hand, I think you do.
Yeah, I think reject is legitimately your only way to maybe win this now.
We weren't doing anything with that 7 draws, but
yeah. So it's either that, or we have like a Yamato to get a heal, get rid of a Suru, I suppose.
Even then,
yeah, I don't think you're surviving the next turn. You pretty much have to have reject and good numbers, and they have like 8 cards in hand for Moria.
yeah. Which we're automatically giving another one with reject.
And well, 2 more because they have 2 life. So I think our Moria player's in a really good spot.
How many times have you said that?
You know, in the history of my life, just a speck. Last 3 months, exponentially more.
Quite a lot.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, for a phrase I haven't spoken before this year, a good amount.
Unless you're like part of National Geographic type thing, you know? Like, wow, look at that lizard in the tree. That guy goes in a really good spot. Get the camera.
Well, we're deciding here. So I think what 7K and then what?
All right. I mean, this should have been a 9 if we're trying to take game.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're not trying to take game, we swing into Kuzan for 7. We swing into Suru with a leader, and then we, I guess, the Yamato.
Oh, we take it. All right.
We're only taking this because we're just saying that I have enough. It doesn't matter. Like I already.
You're respecting the bait. I see.
Yeah, I'm like, if I were the Gakamori player, I would just take it any day. Like, go ahead and do the reject. I mean, I'm cool with that.
Yep. All right. There's a reject.
Yep.
And then we have 11, maybe 12 if we have a Maru.
No.
Okay, just 11.
Wait, double Maru? Hold on.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
one.
yeah. Okay, see, yep, 12. All right.
Okay.
And
We saw
13
this
if we
earlier.
have another one.
We saw this earlier. Hold on.
Okay, so we need 8K worth of counter.
That's easy. Right?
He did not slam the cards on the table, so
right. That's easy, right? That's easy, right? Hello.
I think I can't tell, but those are not. That's not it. I think Anel gets it.
What the heck?
Yeah. 2K, 1K, 1K, 1K.
Reject
Yeah.
wins.
And I'm guessing. So it must have literally just been the cards out of life or 2K and 1K.
Oh my
Or just
god.
not being able to get there. But I think we got there.
Oh wow. Wowza. Wow wow wee wah. No, don't explain more. You won already, dude. It's fine.
No.
Like,
Hey,
you got it,
you know,
dude.
playing ace is a decision. Okay.
No,
It's a
not.
decision.
No, it's not. See,
Yeah.
this is what we were talking about before. You know, we should have just protected if we could earlier.
I
on
don't
for
think
that
we could.
sense.
I think
That's
top life.
that's what I
Yeah.
was gonna say. I was like, knowing the cards in hand. However, now, it just seems like we just didn't have it at all.
Yeah. So I think they're talking about it. So they had 3 ice stages in Great Eruption plus 2 2K or 2 1Ks in hand.
Yeah.
First life, they drew another 1K. Reject, they drew a 2K, and then they went all in.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
like that's the only like downside of playing Perona is that when you lose, like you use those 2Ks offensively like that, it hurts you defensively too.
Correct. And yeah, that was like a lot of 2Ks out of hand too. So, all right. Well, reject wins the game. It gets banned soon. Don't worry about it. But in the meantime, let's go find another.
Yeah. And I'm okay with like reject winning games, but it feels like it steals games. That's
why it wins games.
that's
that's the real issue. Because it steals.
Yeah. Because it does.
Yeah. That's all right. Yeah, let's go find another. All right. We're back. Whoa! Nice. Look at that. It's like magic. It's like digital magic. We're back here for round 7 of the online Treasure Cup hosted by CoreTCG here in May 2024. Hayden.
Yep.
The Eggman, Mr. Eggman, yep. if you really know what's up. What do we got for round 7?
So we've got 14 players undefeated, and it's round 7. And guess what? We've got 7 Sakazukis undefeated. So likely to see in each one, but we're gonna get to our match real quick of our only new gate undefeated. There's also an Enel, a Katakuri hanging out, 1 of left, and then 4 copies of Moria to round it out.
Correct. And it's interesting, you know, weeding out the diversity of the 1-ofs, right? We had our couple 1-ofs the last round be knocked out. Nami the previous round, a couple others, but now this lonely new gate, piloted by Russell, is going fast and heavy.
Yeah.
Open up with the Nami, and probably gonna play some more 1-drops by the base of this. Yeah.
Yeah, Izo are. I think I saw a flash of a potential Makino in hand too, but it looks like we're just going to get the 7-cost ace. Very good for disrupting those blockers as well. And as Sakazuki's, I think, been more and more inflated into this meta, I think that gives a little bit of a foothold for Newgate to do well.
Yeah. I think just in general, you know, a lot of people just kind of have to remind themselves of how to play against Newgate, just on a normal matchup, right? And a lot of what Newgate wants to do is just swing fast and heavy. Like I said, here's a Makino with getting Nami into both of these swings, taking the first one and pitching Virgo for the second 6K swing.
Yep. And going down to 3 with 4 Dawn open. Also, just the fact that like less of them are playing Borsellino helps you out a little bit. Sabo's still obnoxious. Newgate also has a lot of ways to answer Rebecca's, which is very strong. So, and you know, if Sakazuki has to spend 8 Dawn to set up Moria, it's a lot of value. But if you don't get a turn after that, it's not very good.
But I mean, Kuzan's all right. We keep our hand size at a decent level. I mean, Kuzan's just a 5K swing really in this matchup, because like the only things that we're gonna be removing is like a 7-cost ace, which gets its value as soon as it's played, and as well as a 9-cost Whitebeard, which it's gonna take a while for that to come down here.
Yeah. All right. So, I mean, the Kuzan, in this matchup, I think is one of the better ones because, again, like Newgate's not going to get rid of this very easy and can help for removal later. But it is also only a 5K, so you still have to invest some Dawn to even pressure the Newgate.
Right. Mm.
All right. Yep. Just put in 4 on Nami, making another 6K attack.
Casual 4 on a 1-cost Nami. Why not? I mean,
And
there's.
I think catching them without any 2Ks in hand, very strong.
Yeah. I mean, we're reducing the cards in our hand, in our Sakazuki's hand, pretty quickly just by having these 1-cost swing more and more. And there's a lot of ways for Sakazuki to get rid of these guys. Obviously, Houndblaze and Bluchi and things like that. But at a certain point, we're paying the tax of needing to defend it, and that's gonna be the cost of our hand.
Yeah, so with 6 Dawn, like what's their optimal play? Like obviously we can get rid of one of these Namis, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things because they've got 2 more 1-drops they can, invest Dawn into or invest a Machino into, which is very strong.
I think you just pay 4 for Rob Lucci, pop the 2 actives, and swing with Sakazuki and go about your life. I think.
Yeah, if you have it, sure, and then you can do 2 6K attacks with both Kuzan and Sakazuki, but not paying 2 for something, maybe a brand new. We searching? Oh, Houndblaze. Okay, that's fine. That gets rid of a Nami. Or Izo. Yeah, sure, Izo. You can go 8 at life. We're going to take it pretty quick.
Right.
All right, 4 up for pudding. GG. No, Rebecca.
Okay. I mean, we can still get back something from our trash, but it looks like it's just a Virgo. Got a bit of a flash of a
Yeah.
Houndblaze for later.
And even though we can't get the brand new from trash, if we had like one of those, we could have played it from our hand for free, or even like maybe a Hina if you want more tempo. But establishing 5K bodies against a 6K leader is not as good. Not as good. Oh yeah, and there is the removal for that Rebecca very quickly off that 1-drop Nico Robin, and we have 6 more Dawn. I think Nami's going to get like 4 more Dawn again.
I don't see why not.
Yep.
I mean,
There's the 2K we knew was added. Instead we're gonna go 7K with our Luffy. It's pretty good. Put him down to 1.
oh wow, okay.
And 1 apiece, but someone has a board and 12 cards in hand, give or take.
Now the issue here is the fact if we run pudding or not in our Sakazuki list.
Most are not.
Yeah,
Most are not, but that we've
between.
seen a lot of exceptions today already.
Yes. People should definitely be a little more flexible with their flex spots. Unintended.
Right, so we have 8. I mean, we have Rebecca and Trash, so Moria, Rebecca, Hina wouldn't be terrible. We don't really have a way to get rid of the Luffy, which is fine. I mean, we can Kuzan attack somewhere, Houndblaze the Luffy away, that's fine. So Sakazuki, has answers per usual, but we'll just see what they decide to play.
Yeah. I'm still on board with this, just removing what you can. Obviously putting some answer, if I had to guess. So without that, I mean, removing this Luffy is going to be a big part. They probably played it out just to get that simple swing, but also, we probably have multiple in hand or just another one in hand. So I don't know. Tough.
All right, we're going to get rid of the Kuzan in hand with our leader ability to get another draw cycle there. Still have 8. I mean, we could like Moria get back. I think there's a there's a Rob Lucci in there with like a Helmeppo. We get rid of the Luffy and one of the 1-drops. But then we don't get any pressure on the board at all because we just can't invest the Dawn anywhere. And this is like why I think Newgate has a bit of an edge in this matchup. You're able to kind of just put a lot of pressure on them, and they're going to have to make the decision of either building their board and then get hit really hard next turn, or remove your board but like not get any pressure on hand or life.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Thinking pretty hard about this one. Both players have been playing pretty quickly. I mean, Whitebeard, I feel like is pretty straightforward, right? Like,
Yeah.
You just kind of want to swing as much as you can, get the value as much as you can throughout all the cards, as well as your leader effect. But Sakazuki, you kind of have to step back and be like, okay, well, let's slow down. Let's not play at their place, for one. And two, there's a lot of stuff that I can do.
Mm-hmm.
With very little Dawn, a lot of Dawn, it doesn't matter. Like, there's a lot of options we can go about this.
And that's the thing too, like we were mentioning too, decks like Newgate and I'd say Nami too, they play very atypical. They kind of put the game on a different spin. And if you're not used to playing against Newgates, you're not used to playing against Nami, you don't realize where the real value, how to really play against them. So having these like off meta, you do have that advantage of, one of your two of your opponents just don't know the optimal way to play against you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, still deciding on what to do with this 8 Dawn. You're gonna have to make a move eventually, though, because that clock is ticking. Where it looks like we are gonna just play. I'm gonna guess a Moria for 8. Yeah, sure is. So best choice, Rebecca, and then I guess a Searcher. Yeah, brand new. We get to look top 3, draw a card, and then additionally we're able to add a 2K back to hand. Oh my goodness. Brand new whiffing, sending 2 Morias and a Rebecca in the trash there.
That is tough.
Yep. There's your 2K, but man, that is pretty rough for you.
Yeah.
All right, passing back. Luffy survives to see another day, which is very terrifying for that Rebecca. If we happen to have another copy of like Nico Robin, we're in a good spot. The one thing we have to be careful about too is that if we don't play a 9-drop Newgate, we will go down to 0 life, which means that 19k Gecko is very strong. It can do a lot of damage. So we either have to try to win here or know that we're safe to get out of, I guess technically 20k if they have a Hound Blaze.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna pretty much probably gonna be going down to 0 life, and if we don't, then we play a 9-drop, which is gonna get removed by the Kuzan, and etc. So I think the more beneficial way to go about this is, if you have another Nico Robin, let's get rid of this Rebecca. Let's make sure we have enough Dawn to protect ourselves for our following turn going to 0 if we're not be able to take the game. And yeah. I see it. I mean, those are kind of your two choices. Figure out how much Dawn you want to commit or play 9-drop.
Mm-hmm.
Which both is not that bad, but if you play 9-drop and you're swinging 6 and 8, you only do so much. And you're also not removing this Rebecca, but I guess we're gonna play the 5-drop instead.
Yeah, and I don't think this is terrible. I would maybe swing 7 if we feel like we have the Dawn, just because we do have, we know that there's a 2K in that hand to get out of the 6 pretty quickly. But there could be like a Machino play to boost one of these Robins. Yeah, there goes the 2K there. Another 6K with this one. And what are we using this last couple Dawn for?
Machino is an option, but I mean, I think it's just the
I think it's just the fear of Gecko Moria having all the Dawn
Mm-hmm.
and just swinging. You know.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Marco.
okay, sure.
That is
I don't think that's great. I think
that is rough.
if you have event cards, those Dawn probably should have been used for that.
If
Because
you have a Hound Blaze, you lose to
oh,
Kuzan
100%.
attacking bottom deck of the Marco. Just getting there.
Yeah. I mean, if Kuzan attacks, we're just blocking. I'm pretty sure. But I'm also sure Great Eruption into Hellblaze also just says no to everything.
I don't think we block it, right? Because if they have to Ama it, go for it, right? Because they're just going to probably attack a flat 5 with Kuzan. Maybe they attack 6, but yeah, we have like 10 cards in hand, and we've played what 1-2K, I guess, with the Machino. All right, leader effect, discarding a Hina to draw a card.
Okay.
All right, 10 Dawn though. So again, like if we have a Hound Blaze, sure, yeah, 6K here, just force a card out of them. I think at this point I'd probably still just block with Marco. It's getting the reduction anyway, so you know they're going to be able to remove it. So yeah, just block with it as is. And we don't have any Dawn up, but if we do happen to have any 0-cost events, that can help save us for sure, and turn some of those non-counter cards into a 3K total over 2. I think. I mean, we haven't seen Ama or Houndblaze found, right?
Well, we saw a Houndblaze in hand earlier.
All right, then
He has one for sure.
Okay, then
No doubt about
we
that.
know that Houndblaze is going to get rid of this blocker. Then, if we remember this,
I do hope he has nothing but 2Ks in hand.
Oh, and we just lost a 1K to this now.
Yeah.
There's the Houndblaze. Yep.
Yeah. I feel like we just could have used that for 1K combo and then.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Get rid of Anami too.
Annoying.
So this is, I think this is going to be 20K. Oh no, do we have? Okay, yeah, I think this is 20K more. Yeah.
Well, that's 14.
All right, so we're at 9.
Okay.
We're
another.
at 12.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
14, 16, 17. Yeah. So they must have done the math of saying, you know what? If I don't block with this, I'm going to lose 100%. So I'm just going to have to hope they don't have it. And yeah, you know, made the right call to tap out because we didn't have any events in hand. And I think I saw that 9-drop get taken off your life. If that was in your hand at the start of your turn, you definitely play that. And I think you'd have a way better shot.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit unfortunate because we just simply did not have enough of what we needed as new game.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it happens that way. You know, more often than not, it's going to be the opposite side, right? Like Sakazuki kind of did that. Obviously, we saw the Gecko Moria run into that issue too. But yeah, man, that's tough. That was definitely tough. But hey, Sakazuki takes it. Our lowly Edward Newgate of the Undefeated is defeated.
Yeah, so that's our only red deck is out of the running now. Going to this round, we also had 7 Sakazuki, 4 Moria, 1 Katakuri, and 1 Enel. So maybe we can see how the Katakuri or Enel is doing.
Sure, let's go do that. 1 sec. All right, we're back, man.
We sure are.
We're so back, and
Still here.
Don't say it like that. We are here for round 8 of the May Treasure Cup online, hosted by CoreTCG. Today, what do we have this round? What do we have?
So we have 7 undefeated going to this round. We have 3 Sankazuki, 2 Moria, 1 Enel, and the match we're going to start off with this round, 1 Katakuri, which we saw a little bit at the end of last round. We're going to see a full match this time.
Whoa.
I think they're just about getting started too, so we can just swing on over there.
Yeah, let's go do that. Let's go do that. And
Yep. So our only Katakuri undefeated, though, as unsurprising, black and yellow are undefeateds too, doing very strong in this meta, and today is no exception. And yeah, they're racing to go.
yeah, I mean, shout out to them. They're gonna start pretty normally. Yeah, we had a bit of a delay with the repair, but I think it was originally gonna be the Gecko Moria, right? I believe Gecko Moria
Yeah,
now.
yeah, that's Sakazuki.
Yeah, I
What's
don't
the difference? No.
Okay. It's more for our category player. I don't know if he's happier or sadder about this matchup, but hey, you've been playing this matchup for at least a couple sets now, so
Yeah.
you got to know the matchup knowledge at this point.
Like obviously Sakazuki being at less life is good for you. We saw previously too that you know, a lot of 5k attacks into like just the amount of attacks you get to put on board is usually good against yellow. Yellow is usually good about getting out of big ones, or you know, like getting a free like beige or something. But if you have a lot of attacks on board, you're usually able to whittle them down a little bit. But looks like we're just going to play the Hina out. Yeah, for 3. There you go. There it is. And pitching the Moria off leader effect. Yeah, Hina into empty board is rough, but you just kind of need that tempo at the same time. All right, and then we are going to look at the top card of our life. Going to put it to the bottom as Katakuri. Big 7k going into life. Going down to 3, unsurprising. And then for 3, going to be playing a Parasparrow. Pretty nice. So pretty standard opening. Maybe the Hina on as the tempo play a little bit atypical, but it is good for you there. Again, a 5 into life with our leader getting the reduction on the Parasparrow, which means that if we have a Hound Blaze, that Tashiki's probably going to go in. You're going to start with a simple 5 from the Hina that we played last turn. Going to get a 2k out of hand. And then, yeah, it looks like 2 for a Hound Blaze. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. On the Tashigi, get the removal of the Parasparrow. And it's going to be a 5k, maybe 8 if we want to put more Dawn on it. Yeah, there's a big old 8.
Seems excessive, but it works.
Yeah.
Amazing.
All right, and this is I think this is looking like an early advantage for Sakazuki. Katakuri usually gets value from being able to like get an early copy of Kiko Nojo or like Gadatsu, something like that. Like a Gadatsu this turn I think would be strong to remove the Hina. And then, you know, just have enough attack on board where, you know, a 10-drop Lin can stabilize you a little bit, pressure them a little bit, and then turn after that. All right, looking at what we want to do with our Dawn. Looking like an 8k, which I'm going to guess is going to go at this Hina.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like an 8.
To the Hina.
Look at the top card of our life. Deciding to keep it there.
Yeah. I wonder what this 4 is for.
Kiko Nojo could be there. Sanji. Those are my 2 guesses. Probably Kiko Nojo. Yeah, Kiko Nojo.
I already burned a Hound Blaze, so
yeah,
that's one less one that we had to think and care about.
Yeah, and we don't know if they're running like just the Great Eruption standard build or the stage build either to get the removal. But because if you're playing the stage build, you know, 3 copies or 4 copies of Ama, 3 other copies of Hound Blaze that could be live. You know, it's very easy to remove these 4 costs. All right, we use the Helmeppo cycle there. We're going to go, again, a simple 5 at lead. All right, 2K out of hand. It's the second time we've overcounted with a 2K for Kata. Looks like for 4, maybe... okay, Rebecca, great. So we get the Hina back that we just got rid of, and then we can maybe use the 3 for, or 2 for another Houndblaze or an Ama. Looks like it's going to be Ama.
Ama, yeah. I was like, yeah, Houndblaze, come on, sweet.
Yeah. Looks like Tashigi casted that one, putting it proudly on top of
Jeez, man.
the Houndblaze bluff there. But we're going to, I believe, 8 Dawn here. So if we have 7-drop Linlin, I think that's one of our best cards to hit. We can also do a 7K attack with her Katakuri, which is looking likely. Yeah, we're just going to start with the Linlin.
If we get some value out of this one, all the stuff that we've been playing is promptly been removed, and now we have to make a decision here.
Yeah.
Suru's a good one, though, to make him pitch.
Yeah, and so now we get to decide, all right, do we want to go 7K? We're going into the Hina, or the leader, either or might get just blocked by the Rebecca. We know the top card of their life is a Kuzan. We're going to put that actually at the bottom, which is a good call.
Yeah.
Because that card can be menacing. Yep, as mentioned, blocked with the Rebecca. And yet now knowing that the bottom card of their life doesn't have any counter is really good information.
Correct. Also, just one more card that we don't have to worry about, or don't want to worry about, because otherwise, if we looked at our own life or switched our own life and we swung and they took it, and now we have a Kuzan we have to worry about for a 7-drop and 10-drop, etc. And yeah, I think this is good. Probably another example of like why certain category players like Ryan here are not afraid to go ahead and do that, because it is just really valuable information.
Yep. All right, so good. As I mentioned, I think we got 9 Dawn here. So, I mean, Ice Age attack with leader and Moria removes the Linlin and build your own board, which is, man, that combo is still so good, huh?
Oh, definitely.
All right, 2K out of there, another 5K and another 2K. Man, we've used a lot of 2K so far.
Yeah, I think probably a good sign for us as Sakazuki. I mean, a lot of pressure has been put on early on, of course. And this Sabo's gonna be pretty good too. Now we can kind of swing freely. Didn't really care about it beforehand. Maybe we just drew into it. Who knows? But brand new, and as well as Rob Lucci, both 8-cost Gecko targets.
Yeah, but the Linlin survived, which is really big. So if you have 10-drop right here, I know it's
Yeah.
when you're 10 down, you should play a 10-cost card. It's crazy, good value.
Wow.
But it's true.
We could probably swing into the Hina here, enforce the block or entice the block, and then swing with our Linlin into the blocker. They can pitch to 2. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen here. I mean, you could swing into the Hina, but I think probably more advantageous to make him decide on the Sabo.
Yeah, but we want to we know the bottom card of their life is that Kuzan, right? So if we do have 10-drop, we play it first to get rid of the good card. Oh yeah, we're getting rid of the Sabo.
Yeah.
And yeah.
But I think that's the right move.
All right. So again, knowledge that last card is Kuzan, which both players know. Traditionally, it should just be our Katakuri, but is what it is for our webcam, and that is really good knowledge for a matchup like this. And I think some people tend not to take a peek at their opponent's life at times.
Mm-hmm. So saying, man, like that's where you have to kind of make that difficult decision.
All right, 10 Dawn. Our Kuzan can definitely pressure removal of one of these Linlins. It can get rid of the 7-cost with just leader attack and its own attack, and then a Hound Blaze. So that's pretty tempting. But if we have an additional removal, we can. But man, this Tashigi early just does not. It just means we don't have the card we're really looking for. All right. Ooh, okay. Hina's very good. So we could use Kuzan attack and Hina attack play to get 8 reduction on their 10 cost, and then if we have Hound Blaze, we can bottom deck it, pressure the 8 cost Lin Lin, and be in a good spot. The only thing we'd lose to is reject if we're not able to set up a blocker, but I think we can do all of those things. All right, starting with a 5 at our life, we're going to. I would probably take this in case it's like a Kiko Nojo or something. If we're able to establish something on the board, we could definitely win on this one.
Yeah, we have a difficult decision of how much we want to put into this turn as far as Dawn goes. Yeah, we can easily get rid of that 7 cost, but the fact that we have another 10 cost on board just makes us so behind. And the knowledge of Kuzan just being there is pretty good. Obviously, Amaru is not going to be live, but Reject is. And yeah, I mean, this is just a really good spot for Katakuri, even though it doesn't seem that way. In the grand scheme of things, with a bigger hand on Sakazuki, and obviously a lot of Dawn, I think it just depends on how, like I said, how we distribute our Dawn and how we're going to be using this. But I don't know. It's just a difficult decision. I think you just have to kind of just go for it, remove the 7 drop, and hope for the best for the next one. But even then,
do we know where we put the Kuzan removal at, or -4?
if I had to take a guess, it's probably the 10 drop.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then I think that's probably it. Hina attacking 5 once again.
Another 5.
The 2K out.
Yeah. Another 5. I'm guessing this is a Gecko with the Ice Age, so that way we can get rid of both of them.
Gecko, Ice Age,
Kuzan.
Maybe.
Yeah, but then you're susceptible to read.
Yeah, you're very susceptible. Yeah, you'd need to. Yeah, since we used 1 Dawn for Tashigi, we won't be able to like Gecko with Rebecca and get our blocker and removal at the same time. So looks like we're thinking about what that last trigger is. We're gonna use Onami. Sure, get rid of the Kuzan.
Little
I think
late,
that's fair.
but that's fine, I guess. I think you still go for it. If you have Ice Age, you just still go for it. It's gonna be the best way to regulate this game. And another 10 drop would be pretty annoying, but I don't think that's gonna be able to be enough. So one of these big ladies is gonna have to stay on.
Yeah, you need to remove one of them and establish a blocker, which is not unheard of. If we have a Rebecca, we can play it for 4, play another Hina. We're going 5 once again. I would not expect that.
All right.
Yeah, sure. All right, what do we get? Still nothing trigger out of life. Kiko Nojo would be. Oh yeah, okay. This is very good for us. All right, and we knew that Hina was in hand from the Toshiki earlier, so we have that. Now we get to Hound Blaze. Or just Ama. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then pass from there. So
I mean, that's something, right?
It's just telling them, do you have it or not? The only issue is you put them down to 1.
Right.
Which is the good number for Maru.
Correct. So Maru, Reject, even a 10 drop is kind of live here.
I'm not like super. I guess if our hand is like super, I don't know. We only have like 4 or 5 cards in hand. I guess I think 10 drop is not the greatest.
Yeah, 10 drop is probably a little bit riskier. I mean,
Honestly, if you don't have anything, just go for board.
yeah,
Too much, man. If you have a Gadatsu, even like if that's how bad your hand is, let's just try to get rid of this board as much as we can. I mean, I've seen crazier things as using an 8-drop category to place the 7-drop in if you're that desperate.
I don't know if we're there yet.
That's what I was saying. I was like, the way that our category players
You
going
definitely
through,
read they're a little distressed, but they shouldn't because they got that reject.
or also
And again, we know that that last card in life is a Kuzan, so
correct.
they were going 10.
10 and 10?
10 and should be 11 if we have a Maru. But if we had a Maru, we would have used it already.
Correct.
But we know if they can't get out of this 10, they can't get out of the next 10 because it's a Kuzan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. There's the Kuzan, and it's either the bait or not.
That'd be the bait.
All right.
You had a bait before.
And that is it. Yep.
Nicely played by Ryan, the category player.
Yeah.
Well
Drew
done.
the rejects. Very close though. Very close.
Anyway. Yeah, very close. And again, showcasing why reject is getting banned.
Mm-hmm.
Same way that Sakazuki is getting banned. So none of these games are even valid, really, when you really think about it. All right.
Yeah, and I think that the bigger thing is that we could have how do we say it? Like I think the biggest issue is we were just missing one card for Sakazuki to be able to get like a really stellar Moria player. If we were able to do that last turn, I think we could have got there, but
Right.
Strong.
Yeah. Super interesting. We have plenty of time in this round 8. So let's go find another match.
Yeah. Let's see if we can. Hello.
I think I heard you say something.
I could.
No,
It's
go ahead.
fine.
Go ahead.
No, are we live?
Tell
Are we
us.
live?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. Well,
the people.
I think I could be wrong. I think we're into round number 9, our second to last round for this tournament, which is CoreTCG's May Online Treasure Cup. We've got 4 undefeated, which are 2 Sakazukis, 1 Anel, and 1 copy of Katakuri.
Yeah, it's the field has been thinned, and we are left with only 4 and 2 more rounds. And
Yes.
The one we're going to take a look at today or right now is going to be Sakazuki and Anel. We saw Katakuri last round, and against a similar matchup, same colors, but this time it'll be a little different. So let's go ahead and get in there right now as they are finishing up, setting up.
Yeah, so we're in a undefeated zone of each player being 8-0 so far, with Anel going first and Sakazuki going second, which I think if you win the dice roll as Anel, you'd want to probably take second away from Sakazuki, but I think there's a lot of choice on either side. We're going to have the Rob Lucci discard, off leader effect, and no brand new, no Tashigi, and passing it from there.
Yep. And bit of a rush start on that point. You're going to be swinging 6. Probably Ashura right after this. Gotta take a guess.
Guess is correct.
Look at that. Top 5 for Sky Island. And hopefully find something decent.
Well, hopefully if you run decent cards like that, that reject's pretty good, huh? Reject's a decent card.
It's funny that it's searchable. I completely forgot. That is
Yeah.
funny.
Shura finds reject in 200 million volts. So like late game, if you need one of those two, Shura has got you covered.
That's great. Thanks, Shura. Appreciate you. Well, hopefully we can have a better start than this. This could be a brand new here, I think. Yeah, brand new coming down on Sakazuki side. And the Tube Dawn. The top 3. Okay.
Borsto's good. Ama's good.
Yeah, I think we take
Looks
the
like
Alma.
yeah.
Could be a little more relevant in this matchup. I mean, sure, could be some reduction things like that. So that way our Borsalino is going to be a little bit more valuable to the Yamatos, 7 drop, etc. But we'll see if this one pans out. If K swing coming to the face. And we take it with no trigger. And go to the 5 Dawn. Might see a Gadatsu in the near future. No, it doesn't look like it. We might have a Ohm.
Ohm or a Kikunojo would be very strong with a big 6 going in. So a bit of a 2K check. 2K check confirmed.
No passes. There's
Yeah.
Ohm.
All right, let's see where that dog's at.
Dogs in the chat.
Dogs in chat. Non-top 5, that's for sure.
Ah,
But it's in hand. All right.
that's why they couldn't find one.
There it is.
It was in hand.
Yeah. Well, there's the other 3. The other 3 in your chat right now.
Ah, okay, cool.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to a big old 6 Dawn for our Sakazuki. We could get some creative Houndblaze plays to get rid of Ohm. If we have like a Helmepo, we can get the reduction on the Ohm and get rid of Shura and Ohm.
Mm-hmm.
And just looking on our decisions for Dawn. So it looks like an attack of 5. Let me see if we can hear where the reduction's going. All right, minus on the dog.
No. Doggo.
I know. No.
Oh. Crazy.
Why?
Crazy.
Yeah, I will say this the Ohm Holy package was pretty strong in OPO5 just because Sakazuki didn't really have a lot of great ways to remove it. Ama can help you a little bit, but it's a lot of resources and tempo to try to answer it. And we're gonna play the Sanji off of life, discarding a card from hand. The reject, okay, which we added earlier.
Yeah, not too big of a deal if we have another one in hand as well. Okay. So, a bunch of swings coming at you. Now a 6K swing, 5K swing, and another 5K. We're getting to the point where Gadatsu's still alive, so like if you play out a Kuzan or something like that, that's still gonna be pretty neg. And I think we're sorting out everything so that way maybe we do a Maru kind of play.
Yeah.
Or not a Maru play, Ama.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, but this board is quickly tough to answer. Houndblaze is going to help. We're going to get rid of our Holy. Yeah, there goes Bomb Deck from the Houndblaze. We're going to be currently 6K with our brand new. Okay, 2K out with that. 4 Dawn left, so maybe another brand new? Oh, a Helmepo. Okay.
Helmepo.
And then Ama, the Ohm, and Shura? Sure.
Yeah.
And it could have been Sanji as well, but Ohm being a 6K is pretty obnoxious. And so like this is kind of what I was saying. Like, yes, we were able to clear board especially a little bit easier with Ama for costing 2, because otherwise it'd just be Rob Lucci to get rid of only the Shura. But
Mm-hmm.
the kind of the trade-off is there's not a lot of tempo built for Sakazuki. You kind of need to have a wide board to be able to end the game against the Nell, and you can easily remove this brand new and still apply pressure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the point of um clearing the board and just having a clean slate type thing. Which is fine, but not gonna be the craziest thing over to or for the next couple turns, right? Because you still need to establish a board and get to the point where we can start winning instead of defending.
Mm-hmm.
I think I think we have 7 open Dawn, right? So is this a big mom type thing or?
Yeah, you could do 7-drop Linlin. You could do a Nell. You could even do like a Gadatsu and put Judon, I guess, underneath your leader.
Mm-hmm.
That would clear a board. You'd have 2 bodies, which would be pretty good.
I mean, also, we're running out of cards in hand for Sakazuki, right? Like we're not running too hot when it comes down to
No.
that stuff.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to take this 7K, and then again, like Gadatsu here, getting rid of Helmeppo or brand new. Oh, Ace. Oh, we're going real aggressive. I like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, going down to 1 this early in the game is pretty scary.
Yeah. Boy.
All right, and give me 2K, 1K, or
Yeah.
yeah, this is a real tough decision here.
I don't know, man. I am liking the pressure overall, and based on these reactions, our Sakazuki player is not liking it.
No, he much rather him not attack 7K with Ace, I'm sure.
Yeah. It's just a guess.
And yeah, Rebecca and Suru, those are great cards to get out of hand.
Yes, it is, but both of those can be recurred, unfortunately. So we might see him come back.
All right, so 8 Dawn. I'd have to see what's in there, but I don't know if we even have like a good Gecko play set up immediately right now.
Mm-hmm. As Sakazuki, I think the first priority is probably gonna be the ace, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't see why not.
Yeah. Only issue is that you'd need like the Helmeppo is the good card to help get rid of that, right?
Sure. And it's on board.
It is on board. Correct.
So, but we are at 8 Dawn, right? So I'm pretty sure because there's only
Yeah, but I
looks
don't
like
think we have
10.
another one. I don't think we have another one in our trash. We might. So
Do
like that, like
we do have a Suru?
Helmeppo. Maybe.
No,
I can't
that's
remember.
something. No, there's a Suru because remember we were saying that those are the 2 that was pitched.
Oh, sure. So you could do Moria, Suru, leader effect, and get rid
Yes.
of Ace and pressure down the Sanji.
Correct. So we swing at Sanji minus the ace, play Gecko, Suru, Rabluchi? Wait, hold on. That's 4, 5, 6. Yeah, Rabluchi. Yeah, because we pitched a Rabluchi early in the game.
Yeah.
So that's probably what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, if we're trying to play more, yeah, 100%.
I mean, it's probably the best way because if we're swinging face, we're also just gonna be putting him down to 1, so Yamato's gonna be live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen. So we might get a Rebecca, depending on what's in our hand already, because we can play literally anything from our hand. Well, 3 LS obviously from Rebecca.
Yeah, but if we play Rebecca, we're not getting any removal. That's the trade-off.
Oh yeah, because the first one has to resolve surely.
Oh, we're not doing Suru.
That's interesting. I think we're still doing Rebecca then. I think we're just trying to get more cards in hand.
I guess so. I think I would have gone for maybe the guaranteed out of the ace though. Because that 7K is going to continue to gain value.
True.
All right, Tashigi, because we couldn't get anything else.
Yep.
And then for 3 or 5 or less, we're going to add a Sabo. Anything to play out of hand does not look like it, and we're going to pass. Yeah, this is
oh, that's tough.
That is tough.
That was tough. The only bright side here is that they're not at 1, so again, Yamato is not going to be a thing. We can still play Yamato to pop the Rebecca and just start, swinging face from there. But
yeah, because you've got a 5K, 5K, 7K if you're able to get rid of that Rebecca, which is quite strong.
Yeah, I think we still do that. I think we still play the Yamato, especially if we have multiple in hand. Because I think we're at 9.
Yeah. The only other play I would think about doing is attack with everything. And then maybe put Moria in their life if we have 8-drop Kata.
Yeah, that's another play. Sure. Which would put our Sakazuki player behind for sure. That'll play some fight behind.
Yeah, all right. Easy block.
Okay. I'm swinging at that brand new. I'm petty. I'm mad petty.
You got Tashigi for the last time, brand new.
Deciding. 2 more. Okay. And then 5 more. Yeah, so we're at 9. Yamato's not really an importance here anymore. So I think we're just gonna focus on life for sure.
I mean, if we have another ace in hand, I think we get to do like 4 7K attacks this turn.
I think that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Wouldn't be surprised if we're running 3 to 4 ace.
I like the card in the deck for sure. We get down to 2 life for easy. It meshes well with like a reject or Amaru. I mean, you could reject right now and tell him we don't think he has it. But it looks like we're thinking about going 8 and then playing something for 4. Another Ohm Holy would be pretty good.
That's an option. Yeah, like an 8K swing. 2 2Ks. Or the remainder of their hand.
Yeah. Not looking, none too confident about this 8K coming in.
Yeah.
And yeah, Kiko Nojo would be a good card to play. Maybe another Sanji. Maybe Ohm Holy would probably be best. Yeah, going down to 0, very scary. And yeah, another Sanji.
Yeah, only a handful of cards you can play for 4.
Yeah. So we do know that the Rebecca added a Sabo back to hand, which is, I think, one of the more important cards that we are going to be able to play next turn. Since we don't really have a way with a Nell to get rid of that card or interact with it.
Yeah.
And it forces kind of a Nell to have a second attack too.
Yeah.
Right, but laying out 6 and 4.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Rebecca Rebecca and yeah, Rebecca Saba would be good here. Per usual.
Never stopped being good.
Never did.
We got 0. It's a little scary though. Definitely a little scary. Just doing a little bit of think. Priorities are a little weird right now, being at 0. And our now player really did really well to navigate through this this matchup for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Just in general, I think they're just, I think this is what their game plan was throughout the day. If I had to take a guess.
Yeah, especially like I don't know the full build that Justin is playing, but it's definitely looking a little bit more aggressive with the inclusion of the ace. And I think we've seen a Nell from previous games too.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Which when we were doing this match last format in OPO5, that's how Nell won. Just making these kind of awkward boards that you have to spend time or dawn to get rid of, and you just pull out ahead because of the aggression you're able to establish. And now we have a reject. Now we have ace, and it's a little bit easier for Nell to do so.
Right.
All right, still wondering. So yeah, set aside 5. Yeah, I think you have to play Sabo. If you don't play Sabo, I think you can just lose on the spot. All right, Hina start. Which means we're probably playing like a Hound Blaze to get rid of probably ace. If not, using get rid of Sabo and potentially clearing board.
Yeah. Like the greatest start, but we are doing something.
Yep, Hound Blaze.
What are we putting this on? Our leader? Or
Probably
maybe
our leader.
our brand new?
Probably leader.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll attack 9 into the ace, I'm guessing.
Sure. But
With the Moria, and then 8 into the Sanji and play Sabo.
yeah. No. That? Wait, what attacked? What attacked?
Okay, sorry. I think he it was a misspoke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Judge is in there. Judge is talking to him too.
Okay.
All right. So Moria can swing. Sakazuki 8 cost can swing. Or not 8 cost, but 8K.
I know what you meant. Mostly.
All right. Yeah. Judge is having a discussion with him real quick.
Yeah. I mean, the issue is that I think our NL player saw his top life.
Yeah.
So that kind of changes.
I think it was just a miscommunication, right?
Yeah, in general.
Yeah, I think the judge is going over there to, I think, make sure that it's ruled correctly.
Yeah.
So probably just a minor pause on this, but yeah, I think you can try to clear board. 9 with Moria into the ace, which would mean like you'd need a 2k, 1k to get out of it, and then probably another attack into the Sanji. Yeah, don't say ace because it sounds like face. That's very true. That I could definitely do that. And there's many times where it's not uncommon for like leader and character to share a name, like Zoro, right? Like you have your 3-drop Zoro and your leader Zoro, and your opponent would just say attack Zoro, and then
Which one?
you have to clarify, or if if both are presuming one and it's the other, then I get it. So I think it should just be a warning. Obviously, it's and reveal the card for both players, I believe. But I definitely think yeah, making sure we know what the ruling is the correct course of action.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially I mean we're this late in the day. We're over 8 hours of gameplay.
Only getting a little further than that in the next round.
Yes, and this is round 9, so 10 rounds confirmed today. Next round will be the finals, and one of these players are desperately trying to get there. But yeah, I think yeah, it makes sense to do Sabo after this. We have the 5 Dawn open for it. We saw it added with Rebecca. And Anel really does not have a good way around that card besides hopefully having another card that says Rush.
Which is possible. There's 2 of them. 7 costs, 5 costs. Most likely just the 5 cost now.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's why this ace is so good. Like it's very efficient when it comes to how much damage you can put out.
Mm-hmm.
The only rush card that's more efficient is the Kitten Killer if it gets its one attacking effect that we get. I guess we get today. We get to use the tournament next week.
Which it's gonna be completely different, right? Right?
Some things will be different. So it will be a
Right?
different format for sure.
Oh, okay.
For sure.
Surely. Right? Okay.
Yeah. All right, we got the judge squad back in the call.
That's like a whole 4 or 5 people here now. Well, as it sits right now, Sakazuki has a decent amount of attacks. Let's say if we do rule it and L goes down to 1 because he was ready to take it, right?
Yeah. So we don't know what the actual argument is. I'm not sure if the Enel players insisting. I don't think they're insisting that they said face, but yeah, we're just confirming. So what happened is we were able to get some removal. We have 8 on our Katakuri or Sakazuki with the Houndblaze. We have our Moria that can attack this turn. They attacked with one of their cards, and our Enel player thought that they were going into the leader, hitting them down 2-1. They saw the card, and they're just trying to see confirm how it is. So it's shown to both players, which is an ohm. There it is. And then we're going to continue the attack like we were supposed to. So minor thing, but definitely something that this late in the tournament, this much pressure, we want to make sure it's done correctly. So again, our Houndblaze is on our leader. We're going to go 9 into, I'm going to say, Portuguese de Ace.
The ace. Not the leader, not face.
And if we have 2K, 1K, I think we go for it. We save it. If we don't, they're able to clear board probably with the Sakazuki going into the Sanji and then playing the Sabo. All right, and thinking if they want to save it, I think it's worth it, to be honest. I think you do it. Even if it goes down to an 8-drop or 8k leader attack, it just means that your Sanji is safe.
Yeah.
And 2 attacks next turn, I think is going to be pretty huge because they had to take those other hits too. But Sabo also fixes the hand. All right, Ace goes down.
I'm pretty
We're
expecting.
letting Sanji go down too.
I mean, with the amount of attacks that they have, kind of makes sense. We're gonna use the rest here. The 5-cost Sabo. Gonna have the blocker down. Nothing really touches this in and now after it gives itself protection. So this is good.
Yeah, and 2 cards without counter in hand, which we knew there were quite a couple just based on how they were almost forced to take some of these attacks. So we'll have to see if we have another card that says Rush. I think Anel's in a good spot.
Yeah.
10 Dawn.
I mean, if you have a 5-cost Ace, that's a 7k swing and a 10k swing, or if you want to break it up, it's gonna be 8 and 9, I believe. And I think there's a couple options you can go. I mean, if you have that, that's a good way to start, or
Yeah.
just like not really think about it too hard. If you have an 8-cost Katakuri, you can swing 7 to face, see what they do, and then put the Gecko into their life.
I wouldn't be too upset with that. I know it kind of puts us one step back.
Yeah.
But it removes a lot of pressure.
I don't know. I feel like Reject is gonna be able to get rid of both the Sabo and as well as the 1 life that you put back. So if you swing 7 here, he's gonna block and then 2k. If he doesn't, then that's just 2 more cards you don't have to worry about for the following turns. And
yeah, the block 2k you can do, and then you play 7-drop Rushanel. You play another ace that we know that they play. You could be baited into the loss as well.
Yeah, it's minus 2k. So I mean, this is exactly where you need to start. As an L, just understand where they are, and make them pitch those 2 cards or the 1 for Sabo. And if they pitch 1 for Sabo, that's 1 less 2k. You go for the ace swing. But I personally think that
yeah, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, 8k in, and looks like 3 cards in hand. We'll see if we can save the Sabo. It'd need a 2k 1k.
Yeah. I mean, probably is worth it. Probably is worth it. I don't see it not being worth it. Yeah, we're gonna save it.
Let's see, 2k 1k. Oh, thinking.
Deciding based on what we've seen already through our deck and trash.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive to save this. 3 cards in hand, having to use at least 2. And just letting it fall. So Anel 7-drop's one of the better cards to have on board. Also, so like Sakazuki needs to remove this Anel and establish a blocker, or they just kind of lose on board next turn. So I understand the want to save the Sabo, but it's just so tough.
Yeah. I don't hate it. Sabo is just a good, I don't know, it's just good defense on the back end, and then just a good attacker for this falling turn. But I mean, you're at 0. You kind of need all the help you can get, unfortunately.
Yeah, and what's our play? I mean, if we can go Rebecca, if we some combination of like Rebecca into another copy of Hina, get the -3, like Moria for 8, Rebecca, Hina, and like a Helmeppo brings it down to 0. We have a Houndblaze to try to remove it, and if we do, we just go face once, and if we don't, then we can get hit by the -1, and then we just attack into it and we remove it anyways.
Mm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
How'd I do?
We'll see how this plays out, and then I'll tell you.
Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. All right. Simple 5.
Good start.
It's a good one.
I don't even.
Then you know if you hit them down to 1, if there's anything out of that life, Kikunojo would be pretty good. No such luck though. They are now in the 200 million volts zone as well. There's I mean, I know NL has the reputation that it does, but you could still just win this turn as Sakazuki.
Yeah. I mean, it really depends on the next 3 life, and as well as the cards in hand. I mean, but there's plenty of Dawn to use, for sure.
Yep. Asking for 2Ks and cards in life. So there's only one 2K, which is the Satori. No copies of like beige right now either. Rebecca grabbing Hina. Houndblaze does get rid of the Anel as well. Yeah. So maybe like a 7 here. If we have a Hina, we play it. Our Rebecca to grab Hina, we play it. And then we Houndblaze one of our brand news. So we can put a good amount of pressure on board right now. And kind of like this in between of being defensive and put an L bit on the back step.
I don't know what Sakazuki does too in general, right?
Oh yeah.
Removal, put some stuff that is hard to deal with, etc. And I mean, these are 2 6K swings or 7 and a 5 for the brand news. The 9K swing from Gecko. And it's becoming a little harder and harder for now to defend himself. Okay.
Okay. I was gonna say I don't know if attaching 4 to Moria is the play. So I'm glad they didn't go for it.
We're making sure.
All right, we're gonna use we're gonna attack into life. We're gonna take it. We're looking at the trigger from life. If we want to play it. If it's a card like I think we have 2 cards in hand. So if it's 200 million volts, we can get a double heal right now. It's beige, okay. Sure.
little late on that one, but that's all right.
Just a little bit, but now we can't lose.
That's yeah, true.
We're down to 1 card in hand for now. And one of those brand news is just on standby.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna do too much. And the amount of Dawn that we have, it's probably better off just playing some blockers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could have 2 Borsalinos, but one of them can be invalidated by Amaru, and we can still play another ace as well. So with 4 cards in hand, -1 for Borsalino. It's not feeling too good.
Yeah, 8 on Borso, pray. Go for it.
Do it, Borsalino, or brand new.
Yeah. No, yeah, sorry, brand new. Yeah, my apologies. Too many.
You got me saying it.
I got you. Yeah, that it was the deep the deep fake. right. So yeah, Rebecca. Yeah, at this point, probably gonna grab Hina.
Why not?
And yeah, there it is. That's the brand new that can attack. Just to confirm, we're gonna put 2 for probably a Amaru or a Houndblaze. If it's Ama instead, I guess we just I don't know. It has to be Houndblaze because otherwise, I think Anel 7 drops survives.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is not.
Hmm.
Okay, with 1 card in hand. So here's like the tricky thing. So they can have another. Okay, they're just doing it. They're signifying that the card in hand currently does not have any counter. All right, here we go. Like 2 cards in hand. If we have 200 million volts, reject is also the card we want.
Yeah.
And that gets it.
That would be it, right? Okay.
Yeah, that is it.
Wow.
Yeah, that is it.
Now in the finals, right?
It sure is a double page. Oh, what a what a stinker.
Salt in the wound. All right.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
As that one closes up, we have, let's see, let's take a look at Table 1 too, yeah? And make sure
No, table 1 is I believe additionally finished.
Well, I mean, like, who won?
Oh, who won?
Go back to us.
Let's see.
Colin.
Yeah. Also, I don't think he swung 5 at brand new, just in case the card out of life could have played another body. I think that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of keep it safe there. It just gives you less cards. It means that if that last card was 200 million volts, you give him the win, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there it is.
Cool. And Colin won, so it will be Enel versus Sakazuki one more time.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Very cool. Okay.
And which table you said we were at? Are we done?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
cool,
that is now overtime. So we have a few more minutes in overtime. As soon as that's done, we're gonna be into the last round and the finals with Sakazuki versus.
Yeah. Well, let me do a one poll, or not poll, a prediction for you guys. So if you guys have been watching all day, you do have some channel points which you guys can use right now. Finals winner is going to be either Sakazuki or Nell. You guys can let us know what you guys think is going to go there, and that will be what our finals is.
Correct. I am gonna destroy my computer. All right. Well, in the meantime, we'll go ahead and take a break, set up our last rounds, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. Make sure to vote.
Yeah. Here, it has been close to 9 hours. We're in our finals for CoreTCG's online May Treasure Cup. We have 2 decks undefeated. What are they, Brian?
I don't know. Just kidding. Well. It's Sakazuki versus Enel. We saw our Enel player, Justin Rodriguez, last round against another Sakazuki, and he pulled that one out and played it pretty well, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to go against another Sakazuki player named Colin Wong, and both of these guys have been undefeated for the last number of 8 rounds. So
9 rounds.
Well, this is the 9th round.
This is 10th round, baby.
Oh, it is actually. Yeah, let me change that.
Yeah. We got a 933 player event. We got that extra round in us.
Yes, we do. So I'll update that. But yeah, for the last 9 rounds, these guys are undefeated, and it's going to be the last round, the final round, to determine who is the best at this tournament in this format right now today. You ready for that?
Yeah, I am. And chat is too. We did have a prediction in chat. Sakazuki just a little bit over with 158k, and Anel with 154k on that. And again, this is a matchup we just saw with Anel versus Sakazuki, with Anel taking it this last one.
Correct. So let's go over there right now. See how this goes as they finish their mulligans.
Yeah. Let's go on over there. And again, we do have Colin on Sakazuki versus Justin on Anel. 9-0 both players. Winner takes all for this tournament.
Yes, and yeah, I mean, it's nothing to scoff at for both of these guys. Like they did really well. Like when you
Yeah.
think about it, this is the 10th round undefeated going into the finals against 931 other people. So it is just insane to think about that. So pat yourselves on the back, and whoever wins this, pat yourself harder on the back. I don't know what to say.
Never stop.
Demonstrate. Like our let's see.
I think Nell took our first one there. And we're just setting up life for our Sakazuki. And yeah, fixing the order of the life. Yeah, top card of our life should be the bottom one. There it is. Thank you, Judge.
Mm-hmm. Go.
Yep. And I believe we are just about ready to start. Yep, with Justin, our Nell player, going first, which again happened on our last game.
Yeah. And Sakazuki going first or second, sorry. Second. And hopefully we can open a brand new. That'd be nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that didn't happen. The previous game, it lost a little bit of value. Oh, we're already getting rid of a 2K with that Virgo.
Wait a second. Is our hand broken?
No. Might be. Like sometimes I know people like to do it early just to get a good target to get back with our Rebecca at times, but you could have used the 2K right here as well, right?
Yeah.
All right, we are going to take it, go down to 3. And then we're going to see another Shura for 2. We sure are.
Okay. I got the Shura. The top 5. Got the 0 cost event card as well. And that's going to come in handy later on, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Going back to our Sakazuki player, gonna play our Tashigi. Nice little support, and again, where it wasn't really needed for this deck, but maybe in the future. I did mention Nami, of course. There was seven Warlords of the Sea, or whatever that is, for OPL 7, which searches out all the event cards. But Tashigi also searches out all of your Navy stuff. So like, there's like 2 or 3 searchers that you can now use in Nami. So it's gonna be pretty fun building that out in OPL 7.
Oh yeah, I know you don't need any more of a reason to build that deck, right? So.
Correct. Now I have 2 more reasons.
All right, passing with 3 open.
That is suspect.
Bold.
Suspect.
Yeah, not even wanting to attack.
I would just attack, man. They're gonna get to 1 anyway, unless there's like a devious plan otherwise. And their Gadatsu just gets stronger and stronger, but I mean, we haven't really seen one these last couple matches. And we're entering out of it. All right, I guess. Weird.
All right, and we do have the Holy. There we go. Good start for sure. This is the same start we saw last game as well.
Yeah.
All right, 6 Dawn, and a little bit of a slow start for Sakazuki, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm just curious of why we didn't attack last turn. I feel like we were just putting ourselves behind for no reason.
Yeah, unless they just like didn't want to like give them a Kiko Nojo. You can like you kind of have the thing where you can attack them down to 1 life whenever you feel like it, kind of thing. But
yeah,
it's definitely a little bizarre. But we're gonna attack in here. Let's see what we get the -2. Yep. All right. We got not a dice, but a little bead.
Okay.
So it's a 2 cost. No trigger off the top of life.
Why not?
And then Ice Age. So we would be able to do a good Rob Lucci here. That is. All right, bottom decking 3 cards, being a Sabo, a Virgo, and that Ice Age. So good clear on the board there. And we're going to pass it back to Justin. All right, and I believe we have 7 Dawn right now. We could do a 5K with Leader and a 7 cost Anel. We have too much life to be able to have our ace right now too, so there it is there. Going down to 2, and then yeah, the Anel getting that good pressure here. And now going down to 1, man. What is in our Sakazuki player's hand? It's
I don't know.
seeming just not optimal right now.
Doesn't seem that way. No. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess like haven't cost Sakazuki's or maybe a lot of ACOS Echoes.
I would assume, but I think that one of them would probably you can't. We pitched a 2K early though. Remember with Virgo, so
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, my assumption whenever someone does that is it's broken.
yeah.
Got a broken hand. Oh.
But we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Dawn. So Moria could hit the board. We're gonna use the leader effect, discarding a 8. Okay, we have at least 1 Moria.
I hope so. I was expecting that they discarded Rebecca
Mm-hmm.
so they can play a Memoria, get back to Virgo, play out a Hina, and do something with that. But I mean, already have a Rob Lucci on board. I don't know. I'm slightly confused. But I mean, it's really just like what they have in hand.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a burden of option. You know,
Yeah, maybe.
like maybe we just have
Maybe.
so many options that we just don't know how to deal with them.
Yeah.
Maybe we went down to 1, so that way Gadatsu is a little less prevalent, and we just wanted cards in hand.
All right, so we're putting a Dawn on our Lucci, which means that we're not going the Moria play since we have 7. So we're going 7. Do you think this is at a Nell or okay? Must be
No.
yeah at the 7 cost Nell. Maybe Ice Age, Houndblaze. Okay, Great Eruption.
Okay. -2 to most likely then an L. That makes it a 5.
Yeah.
One more swing makes it a 4.
Another Great Eruption has to be.
I guess we can face now, most likely. Very
Looks like it.
okay.
We're gonna give the -1. I'm gonna guess to
Now.
the Nell. Okay, so we attacked into the 7 cost. Being very clear about it.
Virgo, yeah. Get the Hina out, minus it again. We Houndblaze. So that way we boost our Tashigi and then swing with Tashigi for 5. But
And just Ama.
oh, it's Alma. Okay.
So attempt to remove it. They can just burn a life and keep it around. And I guess we get rid of the Shura too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, it goes down. You might as well just burn life. Why not?
Yeah. So burn the life, and there goes Ohm. Yeah, and yeah, Shura goes bottom deck. Correct. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right. We've got 9 Dawn. We're at 2 life to 1. We have this Anel out. We have a pretty good hand. I think we just added a 2K to hand with Rebecca, so that's great. We kept them at 2 life so they can't just Amaru win the game. Amaru reject would be very pressure heavy since it would be able to burn their damage, and then we'd go down to 1 life, and then we'd be able to rest the Rebecca.
Yeah.
And try to win over 2 attacks.
Let's do Thunderbolt reject. Why not?
Sure. It's Thunderbolt. It's not as good as Amaru. I'm just saying, you lose out on so much with that play. But
well, you go down to 1, 2 Amaru, so that's fine. Thunderbolt, the other one. Okay, well, here's a 2K, 1K. Pretty easy. I wouldn't hate a Yamato here. Because we have just enough. But with the separation, it's kind of a little... that's going to happen.
yeah, because for 5, what are we playing for 5? Gadatsu doesn't really get rid of anything on board.
Maybe the yeah, but whatever.
We might have the ace.
Yeah, ace is good too. This is an easy block though.
Yeah, block with the Rebecca. And then yeah, if we have 5-drop ace, yeah, we just go face with it too. Yeah. Oh no, Shirahoshi. Oh wow, okay.
Okay.
Our hand is could be better.
Correct.
And we got rid of a Charlotte Cracker and another copy of Holy. So 2 life, a good amount of cards in hand, but yeah, playing Shirahoshi like that, there's so many better cards that could be played, right?
Surely.
But maybe just digging for like the reject Amaru, which again would have won you on the I think pretty close to the spot on that one. It would have been a lot of pressure, and it'd be a little bit hard to get punished on the backside with that too.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. To kind of figure out what's going on with our trash. I think Gecko solves all of our issues. Not this time. I feel like we're being thrown a bone with the Shirahoshi play though. Thing.
Yeah, so 10 Dawn. If we want to play Moria and remove the Enel, it's going to be pretty tough, unfortunately. Because Enel needs like a double removal, and Moria is really good at just getting 1 larger removal, with 10 Dawn being, 8 for the Moria, the bodies, and the reduction, and then using 2 for either the Ama or the Hound Blaze. So, which Enel's 7 cost effect can get around. You can maybe do some extra pressure with Hound Blaze to try to poke into it, but chances are that 7 cost Enel is going to stay around if you try to do the Gecko play.
Surely.
Yeah, the good news though is that our Sakazuki player is at 8 life, so or sorry, at 1 life. So we
8 life.
Don't 8 life, yeah, crazy. No, they're comfortably at 1, so they're able to be a little bit more defensive and with the Rebecca, sure, but still be potentially aggressive there with being able to remove. I mean, removing the Shirahoshi will help you a lot. Developing the blocker feels great. You still just kind of lose to reject Amaru next turn, though, right?
No. Because he's at 2.
Reject will knock 1 off of your own life.
Oh, surely, yeah.
And then you can Amaru, yeah.
You're right.
Oh, and you just have Amma as well, which you'll surely just not.
Crash your life, right?
Yeah, you surely just trash a life. Yeah.
That's even better for us.
Yeah. All right. Yep. And there's
Another
another
one?
7-cost Enel. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you don't really attack into their life because they just get a free cycle or maybe a free body on board. And passing it back.
Yeah, and this is where we're doing it.
All right. 7.
Yeah, pretty easy there. Starting out with this though, it's a little sus.
Yeah, maybe they're going for the long play of playing like 9-drop Yamato.
It's possible there's nope, never mind.
Another 7.
8-drop category then. Probably what's gonna happen for our Shirahoshi. I think we don't have the cards, which happens.
Yeah, and I think they played Shiro to help get there. 8-drop Katakuri. Okay. Normally the Shirahoshi's played off of life before being put in there, but sometimes you take the long route and Shirahoshi gets back in there.
Correct. Back to Sakazuki. Pretty simple turn for an L, and one that we've seen plenty of times. Had a hard cast the Shirahoshi, but it just be that way sometimes. And
I gotta say, like, I don't know what it is that, like, the finals play. I don't know if it's because people have been playing for so long, they're fatigued, but you get, or if they're just so much, a step higher functioning than us. But you see just so many unique plays and so many interesting plays that that sometimes even just easily pay out when you see the long term, but when they're played, it's a mystery.
the roundabout way of saying
I don't know what's going on, but
yeah,
I'm here to.
yeah, pretty much. Correct. Correct.
All right, so we did establish the Sabo, which is Anel's least favorite friend. We don't have a great way to respond to that. I don't think our 7-cost Anel is going to leave the board though, so we do kind of have 3 attacks, and we need 2 of them to stick. We can also kind of bully this 7-drop Anel kind of nice. All right, and for one, I mean, all right, Great Eruption. Making the Katakuri a 6-cost. I mean, Ice Age Houndblaze gets you there. And then you can double pressure the 7-cost Enel.
Uh,
Oh, you're getting rid of a Suru.
I mean, definitely going the slightly defensive route. I mean, we know.
Yep, okay.
Okay. And then Houndblaze, of course, or Amu. Houndblaze
Yeah.
it is.
Houndblaze it is. So now we get to pressure this 7-drop Enel. And if they don't have 2K, 1K, yeah.
The 9K swing.
Yeah.
So this is a kind of easier decision though. Now that we did this, Because if we get out of this one with 2 cards, and then
Mhm.
we just use the Enel effect on the Gecko swing, then we can survive that at least.
Yeah.
Um,
I think 7-drop Anel is surviving this turn, and it really just depends on a couple things. If we have reject, we probably win because we can burn the life. Okay, using the effect, burning the life, it's a beige.
oh man, that hurts.
And then Moria 9 into Arnell. And 2K, 1K out with the Charlotte Cracker.
Wait. Right.
All right, yeah. Another rush card, we win the game. Reject, we win the game. That's all we need.
Okay. Why not? Just deciding how we want to approach this, and a lot of this is going to be depending on what's in our hand. Yamato is like not the most terrible play because your host is going to help our hand as soon as that gets hit. But we're going to have to worry about our field. Having a Sabo blocker going to make it a little harder in general because we're just getting a 6K swing and a 7K swing. And our Sakazuki player only has 1 card in hand, right? So best card that we could play is reject for sure.
Yeah, reject 100% like wins us the game.
Yeah. And it's starting to look like a Yamato play.
All right. This is saying I don't think you have a 2K in hand.
Or Yamato.
or yeah, just Yamato. But Yamato won't be able to. Oh boy, you do not have a 2K in hand, huh?
Well, that's tough because now. Oh, okay. So this means that we have a rush.
Yeah, we have a Russian now. Yeah.
Yes. So it's gonna be another 7-drop, or it's gonna be a 5-cost ace.
Yeah.
And we're tapping, or
neither. What is going on?
What a bait!
What a bait! Now, I
Super
am
bait.
3 in hand, 2 blockers. Oh boy.
Like how the chat was in it too.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a tough one. It's funny. It's always the finals too that we see some weird stuff, some crazy stuff. And now Sakazuki got another chance at life. And we have 3 cards in hand. Hirihoshi's definitely gonna come down and give us that effect. We're gonna make our decision for our leader a little bit better. We have 2 Sanji blockers that we had to worry about. Which can be removed, but you gotta admit we've already used a lot of cost reduction and a lot of different removal pieces that could get rid of this. Right? Look at our trash. It's over half of our deck.
Yeah.
So yeah, sure, Gecko Moria does it, but that's a whole 8 gone. Just not winning after that. So I think a little bit of this is just going to be basics of fundamentals, right?
Yeah, and just a game of chicken of, do you have another Mario in hand, some way to remove these blocker?
Now, the question is, do you take this?
Yeah, do we block early? Or like if you're able to clear board and develop a blocker, chances are that Enel can't do that. I think this first block makes sense.
I don't know. I think I go for the Shirahoshi. It's gonna make my decision making a lot easier to know after drawing 3 cards, right? And
Yeah,
like if he spends the Dawn to get rid of these things, then again 3 cards. I kind of already know what's it about.
Yeah. Kind of the flip side too is that when you know that the last card in your hand, your life is Shirahoshi. If you go down to 0 in life, you can trigger the Shirahoshi. You can use the effect of a Nell first to trash the no cards in hand, gain a life, and then draw 3, trash 1.
That's true. That's true. But that's only assuming that we have 3 cards that we can counter out and get rid of.
Yeah.
Right.
And the other thing is, I know they found Reject. I know they found Amaru. I know they found another rush card in these top 3. Just so close. I'm sure. Yeah, an Ohm and a Charlotte Cracker. So,
Yes,
and then getting the heal.
Gotta discard one more.
Yeah. And really think of it again. Like I know it's probably a Reject or an Amaru at this point. Like no doubt, just drew the cards that would have won them the game last turn.
Man, 3 more. You're gonna draw another for turn if we survive this, which is likely. So I mean, it's really hard to think that you're not gonna be able to get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
And now all we need to do is just discard 1 for our leader effect. So if you have something that you can't counter with, that should be immediately into your trash. There you go.
Yeah. See. All right. Yep.
And that's
there it is.
a big bummer. A big bummer that you have to trash that, but like
Mm-hmm.
for the sake of just not losing right now, that's what you need to do.
Yeah.
But we still have 2 of these Sanjis I gotta get through. Again, I mean, a lot has been used when it comes down to Sakazuki's tools to get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
So like we're just not gonna be easy, even though majority of the time, 80% of the time at least, it'll be pretty easy for Sakazuki to do that. So,
Yeah, but at this point, I don't think another Gecko isn't.
I don't think you get go.
I don't think Gecko. We don't think. Yeah, we don't have time to play it.
You don't have time. You don't have. I don't know. Sustainability.
Man, I feel just the he's looking at these 3 cards like these. Oh, if this was another Houndblaze, I'd get it. Or, I mean, you just get so close, especially against the Nell where they're at 1 life for like half the game. It's so close to getting there. Yeah, and I think swing 9 makes sense. This will probably eat a blocker. Yep. Oh, keeping the regular art Sanji. Nice. Bold pick. All right, 9 Dawn to work with, 3 in hand. I don't think we've used our leader effect quite yet. All right, for 1. Oh man, Tashigi. Okay, what could we be looking for? Great Eruption Ama does a lot of work. Great Eruption Houndblaze does a lot of work.
Oh, okay.
That's not it.
Yeah.
At that point, you should have just
not done that.
Yeah, just
No.
put your Dawn on your leader, your Tashigi or your Hina, and your brand new, and hope it works.
Yeah, I think you still do that. Unfortunately, that's all you got.
Yeah, because I don't think you're surviving this next turn. Are we thinking about using?
That's an easy block.
Yeah,
easy block because like if we're swinging 9, you only have another 9k swing, which I'm just gonna take, and then brand new can't swing. Or if you swing 5 with brand new, then that's just 7 on the other, and I definitely have enough for.
Yeah, and wherever this is going, yeah, I'd get the block. I mean, we can do 2 6s.
I mean, unless you're feeling pretty frisky as Justin, you could just take this and hope it's a Onami or something. Oh,
We're using our 0 cost event with a beige of all things.
okay. Oh wait, was that to an L?
Yeah, it looked like it's to the 7 cost. Yeah,
Oh wow.
and then Rebecca.
Good. 2K again.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we have 2 2Ks in hand and a Rebecca. But I think the
our
numbers just make sense, right, with these attacks now.
correct. Our potential is limited. Tapped, fortunately.
Yeah, 7 get 2 cards out of hand or block with their Rebecca.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we know that there's 2 2Ks. Okay, cool. Yeah, swing 2 7s. You get there. Yep, 9 with the Sanji.
Do it with Shiroshi.
Yep. Oh, don't
Do it
don't
with
do it like that.
Shiroshi. Do it
Don't
with
do it like
Shiroshi.
that.
Oh no! Why would you do this?
The respect,
No!
the respect, and another
You
2K.
should have done it with Shiroshi.
And Justin with the pop off, our winner of our final event before EBO one's out. Doesn't need the new support, and now still our champion today.
There you go. Well, hey, that's fine. It's not Sakizuki. It's not Gekomoria. It's going to be one of the undefeated types of decks, the 1-ofs that we've seen in this last few rounds, and it pulled through. So shout out to Justin. Shout out to Colin for getting it this far and pushing it this far as well. Very, very hard fought round and as well as match. So